concerning hobbits. There's always been a Baggins living here under the hill in Baggin. There always will be.
Welcome to Rivendell, Frodo Baggins.
Whoops, wrong button. Hello, everybody. I'm Thomas. And welcome back to another solo gaming Sunday. This week, playing Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, the trick-taking game, which I think is the longest title of any game I've ever played. Hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday. Welcome on in there, Dean and Dallas. Curious how this adaptation works. Probably can't stay for long, though. It's quite fun, I'm gonna be honest. I really like trick-taking games. I will say I've only played the solo. I haven't played it co-op yet. Can play 1 to 4 players. And you know, if you can't stay for the whole thing, I always kind of do a little mini review at the end. So if you always want to like stop back after the stream and check that part out, I'll give a little bit more in-depth review. But when I was first reading the rules, I'm like, this doesn't seem like it'll be that fun or interesting of a solo mode. And I was pretty skeptical at how well it would work. But after playing it, it's really fun. It's really fun. It works well, I think. And it's quite good, in my opinion. I haven't played too much. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. I know it's been snowing here today, at least where I'm at in Ohio. We've been getting a good amount of snow, I guess, starting like last night or over the night. And when I woke up this morning, it was just, roads were covered. So that was something. I think it's still on and off snowing. I don't know if it's still snowing. But yeah, what have I been up to? Didn't do any videos last week. I've been busy. I apologize. But I'm here for the stream today and looking forward to playing this. What have I been up to? Boy, oh boy. Let me think about what games I've been playing first. I always kind of start with that. So games, I mean, I've been mainly playing this last week to prepare for the stream and just to also try it out. I guess I'll go more into like an in-depth review at the end, but I was pretty skeptical. I was first reading the rules. I'm like, I don't know if this would work. Cause like, you know, some games kind of have a bit of a tacked on solo mode and it's like, I really like the crew, but you know, I don't think there's a solo mode for that, at least not even a fan made one. And some games just don't work solo. Like as much as I love playing games solo, there's some games that just don't work solo. Like unfortunately, like I liked trying out all the Sky Team solo modes, but at the end of the day, I feel like it really took out what made Sky Team fun. It's just the interaction between the two players and the dice placements and all that stuff. So I wasn't sure, you know, solo trick taking, you know, it's been done before for Northwood. Did it great, and there's some other card games of Trisha Lines that I've played. It's a good one, so it can be done, but there's got to be a right balance of like what information you have, because like I'm playing 4 characters here. I'm playing basically like 4-player 4-handed, and I was like, well, how's that going to work? But there's like a whole deck of cards, and after you play one, you get more, so you do have limited information, which I like. With how the card art looks, the card art is phenomenal. I think the art in this game is so good. The box looks great. It's kind of foily. The components are pretty solid. Well, the art looks really good. The cards are pretty low quality cards, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you can't tell, I've already sleeved them because this is something I'll kind of yap about maybe at the end. I only played 2 chapters of them, and I was shuffling pretty carefully, and they were like already at the bottom starting to like kind of peel and stuff, which like some games I don't mind as much, but like a game like this where kind of knowing what the cards are is pretty advantageous. If I'm like, oh, I know that card is marked at the bottom, that's the 3 of Hills, like that can matter a lot. So in some games, some scuffs don't matter, like I don't mind on cards, but in other games I do. In this one I feel like I would, and I only got like 2 games in and I was like already noticing the cards are getting like scuffed up, so I'm like, I got a sleeve on, but I only sleeved like the actual playing cards, not like the character card. Yeah, it's got snow in my new location. First time I've seen it in my adult life. Really? Well, that's exciting. I mean, you know, I got a love and hate relationship with snow. Like, it's not fun to drive in, but like going outside, like it looks pretty. And like when I was walking back inside, like, you know, the crunch of the snow, it gives nice vibes for sure. I'm not a big fan of the cold, but as long as I'm inside looking out at it, then it's not too bad. Yeah, so I've been playing this. I've been playing more Slay the Spire. Got that up there. I busted that out a bit this last week. I was playing a bit more of that. Haven't had any successful runs my current Ascension level. I've gotten some good runs, but just not. I think my last one, I got to the end of Act 2, and it's just the champ just kills me, because like he has like 2 phases where the first phase isn't too bad, and I can usually get him down. I always pretty much play as the Watcher these days. the first phase isn't too bad, but then the second phase, he does a turn where he like, because he gets strength in his first phase, and then the second phase, he does like 7 damage. So with the strength, it adds up to like 9 damage, which is a lot. The Watcher, I feel like that's one of their weaknesses, is they might not have as reliable shielding options as maybe some other classes do, or other characters. And so I definitely feel like that's one of their weaknesses. So it's like, most of the time, you just want to kill stuff quickly, and that's how you deal with not having shields. It's just kill stuff. But yeah, Slay the Spire has been fun. Yeah, I've been playing this board game wise. This is the main board games I've been playing. I have been playing a little bit of a couple of video games here and there. I mean, I've been busy, so I haven't had too much time for stuff. But one thing I have been playing recently, I'm going a little bit of a tangent here, is I was going through a drawer, and I recently, I mean, I knew it was there, but I like decided to like pull it out and play it a bit. Is my old Nintendo 3DS. I got back probably in like junior high or high school. I don't know when exactly I got it. I've had the thing for years. It still works great. Still got like pretty much all my games, I think. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of games for it. I've been kind of like just messing with that a little bit, and that's been kind of fun. So I've like when I got back out, I was looking through my games. I have a lot of like Pokemon games. I was like, I haven't played any in a while. So because also on the DS, there's like virtual consoles that you can get from like the Nintendo shop to play like older games for like the Game Boy or the NES, which is really cool, and they work pretty well. So I kind of set a challenge for myself that I want to try to play through Pokemon games in order of the generations, from like generation 1 all the way through 7. I mean, I think they're up to like generation 9 now, but those are on the Switch. But the last one that's on the DS was like the Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So I was like, you know, I want to play through at least like one game from each generation. So I'm currently working my way through Gen 1, where I am, you know, if the option does exist to play a newer version of that generation, I will. So instead of playing like the OG Game Boy games, I am playing the Fire Red, Leaf Green versions on the Game Boy Advance. So I'm currently playing through Leaf Green is the one I chose. And it's been quite fun. I've also decided to, in this challenge I'm doing for myself, play with a set of rules called the Nuzlocke rules, which, if you're not familiar, is like a bit of a challenge that you could do in some Pokemon games. Maybe it exists outside of Pokemon, but I think it's pretty Pokemon specific, where there's a bunch of different variations of it, but the main like 2 or 3 rules is that basically if a Pokemon faints, it's gone forever. You have to like release it or put it in your PC. And also the first Pokemon you encounter on each route is the only one you can capture. And then also it's like an optional rule, but I do play it, that you have to like nickname all your Pokemon. So I've been doing that, and that's been tough because I haven't played any Pokemon games in a while. So like I am not doing too good. I'm also doing a couple of other like self-imposed rules. Like I'm not allowing myself to save scum. I'm pretty much playing it on what I call a commitment mode, like equivalent to like RimWorld's commitment mode, where I can only save and reload like when I quit the game and load up the game. I'm not allowed to like save before a gym. If I do bad in the gym, like turn off the console, turn it back on and restart, like I'm not allowing that. So there's been a bit more pressure. I've lost already some good members of my team. I'm also adding another little rule that I'm not allowed to look up any info online. I'm not allowed to look up any maps, any trainer info, any item location, anything. I want to go in pretty much like a completely blind run, which definitely makes it a lot more tricky. Like right now in Leaf Green, I just hit like this rock cave where your visibility is super limited, and I was like, it would be nice to pull up a map, but obviously I feel like that would take away a lot of the fun. So I have played through most of the games at some point or another, and probably beaten most of them at some point or other, but it's been so long that I'm just kind of having fun going back and playing through them. So I think I just finished like gym number 3. I haven't been playing that much, but it was Bulbasaur as my starter. I know maybe most people are Charmander fans here. I'm like, if I'm playing Leaf Green, like I gotta go with the mascot of Bulbasaur. Like my current team, it's we've lost some good team members. I think I have a Sandshrew named Sandy. Bulbasaur is named Azza. I have a Meowth just named Meow. I know, super original. I got a Voltorb called Torby. Bought that. I am doing a slight modification, and there's like an optional rule that you could do for the Nuzlocke, which I wasn't doing at first, but I've decided I'm going to do from now on, is they call it like the duplication rule, where you can only catch the first Pokemon in a route or an area. But if it's a Pokemon you already have captured at some point, then you can like skip it and re-go. I wasn't gonna do that at first. I was like, I kind of want to let just RNG do whatever. But then I've encountered like first route was like a Pidgey, and then next route was like another Pidgey, and then like later on it's like, oh, a brand new route, and I got another Pidgey. I'm like, okay, like this is no fun. I want to like get some variety on my team as well. So that's what the main video game I've been playing this last week, but it's been kind of fun just to like pick up, play for like a half hour here or there, and then put away. So I'll keep y'all updated. I might make a little post on my Blue Sky about it and make like a thread that I'll like update as I go through all the games, and hopefully when I beat the Elite Four, like maybe post the screenshots of like my winning team and their nicknames and stuff. But it's been fun going back through at least the first game, and I plan on doing my current like lineup is I'm going to play Leaf Green. Then after that, I'm going to play Soul Silver. And then Gen 3 is one of my favorites. I'm probably going to play Alpha Sapphire because that's like the newest version. And then Platinum. And then probably both Black and Black 2. And then X. And then Ultra Sun, I guess. Because I heard those, like the Sun and Ultra Suns aren't like a sequel. Like Black and Black 2. So I don't know. It's been a while since I played all of these games, but yeah, that's one of the main video game I've been playing this last week. But it's been fun just to play every now and again. Probably my favorite console. So many games you can play on the 3D. Yeah, and there's a lot of other games I've been playing. One game that I hadn't played much that I have is a game called Rhythm Heaven. I think it's for the original DS. It's really fun. It's just like a rhythm type game, which I hadn't played it much before. It's a lot of fun. I've been kind of goofing with that a little bit. Not your usual type of stream. I totally watch you play Pokemon. That would be fun. Yeah, but I'm just playing on my DS, so I don't know how that would work. A Nuzlite, if you will. I mean, it's a Nuzlocke. I'm playing by the 3 main rules. I'm just adding an optional rule for the duplicate, and then also adding in 2 extra rules of my own to make it even more hard. So it kind of balances out. You should try Puzzle Dungeon. What is Puzzle Dungeon? I don't know if Is it a video game? Is that a board game? I mean, I'm talking video games right now, so I'm not too sure. I hope y'all enjoy this music. I found this like 2-hour playlist of Lord of the Rings lo-fi beats, so that's what we're currently listening through. I've listened through it a decent amount, but not like a ton. So hopefully some of it's not too weird or bad. There's just gonna be like occasional dialogue bits like that. I guess they're gonna happen every now and again, but it should be chill. Solo card game. Oh, okay. Then I think I maybe have heard of that. It's not one that you could just play with like a regular deck of cards, right? Like it's just a printed game. If so, I think I've heard of it, but I haven't tried it. But yeah, so that's video game wise. I've just been playing Pokemon Leaf Green. Board game, I've been playing this, Slay the Spire. Stuff I've been watching. So I think I talked about this a bit last week. I went on Monday to go see Attack on Titan in movie theaters. Man, oh man, was that great. I mean, I've talked about Attack on Titan a bunch. I don't need to yap about it too much. It's my favorite show ever by like a long margin. I'm not going to say any spoilers here, so don't worry. But it was essentially just like the end of the show. It was like 2 long episodes, and they mashed those together and released it to movie theaters. It was a very good experience seeing it on the big screen. Whew. I saw it. Most of the time when I watch it dubbed. No, subbed. Like the original voice, Japanese voice actors with subtitles. So that's what I saw in theaters. Which I think is the first time I've seen a subtitled movie in theaters, but it was pretty chill. It was so cool seeing on the big screen. It's just like a theater full of a bunch of other, Attack on Titan nerds are in their merch and all that. It was cool. It was a good experience. I saw that on Monday, but slowly still watching through House. I'm almost done with that show. I'm like towards the end of season 7, and there's only 8 seasons, so I have like a season and a half left. And then, so I did Excuse me. Burping. I've been drinking an energy drink because it's got some carbonated, so I apologize. On the topic of Lord of the Rings, I finished the book like a week ago. Finally, it took me long enough. And then just last night, I watched the movie. So let me give some thoughts on the movie. I'm gonna put this box right here. If you don't want to hear spoilers, either mute or like skip ahead. And once I'm done talking about spoilers, I'll remove the box just so you have some sort of visual indicator when I'm done talking about spoilers. But okay. So first off, the movie I really enjoyed. I thought it was a really good movie. I think it's easily the single longest movie I've ever seen because I did watch the extended version of The Fellowship of the Ring. And when I loaded it up on, I think I watched it on Apple TV or something, it said 3 hours and 50 minutes. And I thought that was a bug. I was like, there's no way this movie is almost 4 hours. Like, I know The Hobbit is split up into 3 movies and those were each 3 hours. So like as a whole, those were like 9 hours technically, but like for a single movie almost being 4 hours, I was like, that can't be right. But I looked up online, it's like, yeah, that's right. I guess it just had 20 minutes of credits. So it's actually like 3.5 hours. But regardless, the movie was really good. I liked it. I'm gonna be that guy, but I was surprised at some of the stuff they cut. Like even the movie being 3.5 hours, like especially like I really liked the beginning of the movie or like the book and the movie. Like when, you know, Frodo is getting ready to leave the Shire and then encounters Tom Bombadil and all of that stuff. And that stuff's just not in the movie. Farmer Maggot, basically not in the movie. That any of that stuff. Any of the stuff with like the other Hobbit village he was going to is just straight up not there. Tom Bombadil doesn't even make an appearance, which surprised me. High elf stuff that they encounter early on basically isn't a thing, which I get. A lot of that is not relevant to the plot as a whole, I guess. I haven't read any further past book 1, so I don't know. Maybe Tom Bombadil comes back in book 2 or 3. I don't know. But obviously it's not super relevant, so I get it. The Prancing Pony stuff it felt like pretty short, which I get. It was a little bit different, like how he accidentally slipped his ring on and the meeting of Strider. And it's kind of weird, like in the movie, they're just like, they even brought it up. They're like, why should we trust this guy? And Frodo's like, what other choice we got? But like in the book, there's like a lot more explanation about how like Gandalf sent Strider to, go help them and whatnot. So I don't know. Obviously the book did a lot better at explaining some stuff, and the movie, I get it, has to cut out a lot of that just because it's a movie. There were some interesting changes they made that I did like. I thought I didn't mind that they like kind of, there's like a time skip in the book when Frodo gets the ring after Bilbo leaves until Frodo leaves the Shire himself. It's like a couple years skip, like 7 years, 17. It's like a while till Frodo leaves the Shire. But in the movie, it's like it seems like it's like right after. It's like that night, I think Gandalf just like shoos him out of the Shire. He's like, you need to go. You and Sam, get out of here. Go. Which was fine. A lot of stuff was cut shorter, which I did like, like the Council of Elrond. I didn't think, they obviously, I get they have to go into a lot of detail in the book about some of the events that happened, but I was kind of, they got the main stuff in the movie, and I think that's what really counts. Yeah, overall though, I did like the movie a lot. One thing that also surprised me, and maybe this is me being a big dum-dum, is that like I don't know if the book really gave any indicators that like Boromir was kind of was being like influenced by the ring, or like had ulterior motives to capture the ring, which becomes apparent at the end of the movie when he tries to like take it from Frodo. But in the movie, they really make a point to be like, someone in this party is already getting cursed or whatever, and like I think when they're in Lothlorien or whatever, the Elven city, she's like, someone's gonna, you can't trust everybody in the party. Like I feel like they really hint at it, and like during the Council of Elrond, like Boromir's like almost tries to take the ring at one point. Like I don't think that any of that was in the book. I think in the book he seemed a lot more, not chill, but just like wasn't as apparent that maybe he wasn't You know, he was more trying to go after the ring or whatever. So yeah. And like the other thing that kind of surprised me was there were some changes like at the end. I don't know. I preferred like how I don't know. I kind of like I like both ways. That like in the book it's more they're trying to decide where to go, and Bilbo's on his own to think, and then Boromir goes and confronts him and all that stuff. Well, in like the movie, he just kind of like wanders off. Boromir confronts him, and then they get attacked by orcs, and then they just have to leave. So I don't know. I don't mind both ways. I mean, I liked the movie way more. The way the movie did it a little bit more, just because it was like a bit more interesting. Just because there was like that time pressure rather than Bilbo just kind of sneaking off and leaving everybody behind. Now, at the very end, I'm guessing some of this might happen in book 2, but there was like a lot of stuff that happened right at the end that like wasn't in book 1 of the Fellowship of the Ring, like the orcs attacking the party and then capturing Pippin and Merry, because Sam went with Frodo on the boat. Pippin and Merry get captured by the orcs. Boromir gets just killed, and then it's Gimli, Legolas, and Aragorn, Strider, that are like left, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna go save the hobbits from the orcs or whatever. Let's go hunt some orcs. And I was like, I don't know for sure because I haven't even started book 2 or yet, but I assume that's stuff that maybe happens there or is hinted at, or I don't know. But overall, I enjoyed the movie. I was kind of surprised with how much they cut out of the beginning stuff. But once again, it's like, I understand, you know, I watched the extended version, 3.5 hours. That's a long ass movie. They can't keep everything in. They got to just have the important stuff that I also imagine a lot of stuff has more context and relevance for future movies that I haven't seen yet. I don't know about. So maybe that'll provide further insight. Some highlights of the movie. I really liked the Mines of Moria scene with the Balrog. I thought that thing looked pretty dang cool. The orcs looked pretty nasty. They looked pretty spooky. Like I like the whole Mines of Moria scene, like the fight with the orcs, all that stuff with the cave troll and all that. Frodo getting stabbed, and then he has his like mithril chest plate or whatever. I thought was pretty cool. Yeah, so overall, I enjoyed it. I'm glad I watched the extended version, even though it was a long movie. And I'm very curious to you know, read further and finish the series, hopefully in the near future. Okay, I'm gonna move that box out. Okay, I'm done talking about Spider. Yeah, good movie. And what's cool is, yeah, this game it follows the book more closely, so it actually features Tom Bombadil and, you know, Farmer and whatever that, like, Fatty Bulger or whatever his name is, that helps like Frodo hide or kind of do whatever. So yeah, Lord of the Rings books were sort of written as one continuous narrative, where the movies have to have their own internal structure. Yeah, I totally get that checks out. Like I said, like, I get it. It was already a 3.5 hour movie, so I get why they had to cut a lot of the stuff in the book. I was just surprised at some of the stuff they cut, and a lot of stuff they shortened. But overall, you know, I very much enjoyed it. And I'm very much looking forward to finishing the next 2 books and kind of getting caught up with the series finally after so many years, because I've heard so many good things, and it's like, I always just want to read the books first before I watch the movie. The same reason I haven't like watched the Dune movies yet. It's because I want to read the books, and those are long books. And probably a couple other series out there that's like, I haven't, you know, watched a movie for, because I want to read the book first, because I'm just like that guy. Because it does give more context for stuff too. Like in this case, like there was a lot that was cut, but like I know about it now, so yeah, good stuff. Yeah, we can get started on hopping into this little game. But yeah, quickly, I mentioned this earlier. Music we're listening to is some Lord of the Rings lo-fi beats by, I think the main artist that put this together is Chill Astronaut. I think they made a bunch of the songs, so I think there are some other artists that have songs in this playlist as well. I have it linked in the description if you want to check it out. I think it's pretty good, and Hopefully I don't get like copyright striked or, you know, the stream taken down because of it. I'm a little bit of a risk here trying to see, you know, hopefully that it's not an issue, but we shall see. But I think it's good vibes for today, and it's, you know, for pretty fitting. So get into the game, shall we? With first a little bit of a reading here. I feel like I gotta read this part. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne. In the land of Mordor where the shadows lie, 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them. In the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. So this is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, the trick-taking game. It's for 1 to 4 players. It takes you through chapter by chapter through the first 18 chapters of the book. So it's pretty straightforward. Has some stuff about what's a trick-taking game. If you don't know a trick-taking game, it's pretty straightforward. Got cards and suits and whatnot. Someone leads each round. Everybody playing 1 card is called a trick. So Frodo goes first. He plays the 5 of Hills. If you have a Hills card, you have to play it. If not, you could play whatever other card. The highest card of the leading suit wins. So if he leads with a 5, they play whatever. He plays a 4, he plays a 7. The 7 would win, and then they would start the next round. The one exception is the 1 ring card. So there is a ring suit. In this game, there's 4, I think, main suits. There's Hills, Mountains, Forest, and Shadow. And then there's the 5th ring suit. All the main suits have 1 through 8. The rings have just 1 through 5 as their values. And the 1 ring is the 1 ring. It's the most powerful card in the game that acts as like a trump card. Yeah, that just can beat any other card, whatever the condition is. So there is a little bit of a caveat that's what this little indicator is for, is that once the game starts, you cannot lead with rings at first. So even though Frodo has 2 rings, he's going to have to lead with his hill card. But then essentially once someone plays a ring card, then this gets flipped over and then anybody can lead with a ring card at that point. So that's a little bit of trick taking. How it's going to work on the solo mode is we have 4 characters. This is a 4-player game. And each person has a hand of 4 cards at a time. And once a trick is over, we've all played a card, we resolved it, figure out who goes first the next round. We got the straw deck here that everybody will get another card. So basically throughout most of the game, everybody will have 4 cards until the deck is empty. Then they'll just have 3, 2, 1, and then none. And then the game is over. So that's a little bit of what's going on. This is a cooperative game where people win together or lose together. What is a chapter? What is a chapter? Chapters are the scenarios that make up the story of the Fellowship of the Ring. They establish the characters the players must use and special rules that must follow and the goals they must achieve to win in advance. They can be played in any order, though sequentially is recommended. This game is a small little box, and what's cool is it comes with a little like divider thing. So the main cards are in here, and then you have part 1, no admittance except on party business, and then part 2, keep it secret, keep it safe. Let's not peek in that. Yeah, I've already opened this one because I played through this earlier. So you have a chapter card that gives you a little bit of flavor text of what's going on. Once you read that, you flip it over. It tells you which characters you have available to use. Each chapter, you also have certain characters that have to be used. So in this first chapter, you have Frodo, Bilbo, Gandalf, and Pippin. But Frodo and Bilbo have to be played. So you always have some characters that have to be used. And then you have your victory condition, which in this, it says short, finish all the chosen characters. What short means is just you play 1 round through the deck, and you're trying to finish each character's goals before the round is over. Okay. Character goals. Let's go over that now. So each character has their own goal that they are trying to complete throughout the round. They vary. So Frodo, for example, is trying to win 4 or more ring cards. Bilbo wants to win 3 or more tricks. Gandalf needs to win 1 or more tricks, and Pippin Needs to win the fewest number of tricks, but can also be tied for the fewest. Okay. What else do I need to explain? Explain that. Yada yada, explain that. Character goals, we're good there. There's chapter specific questions, which is nice because sometimes like the solo setup, you need to do stuff a little bit different. There's a 2-player mode where you have like a 7 Wonders dual type card pyramid, which is pretty neat. And then the solo setup. So characters also have their own setup stuff that they can do or have to do. I think in a normal game, everybody can do their own setup thing, but in solo, you just pick one character's setup to activate. So for Frodo, their stuff is already kind of done. It's just you're dealt the 1 ring. You lead the first trick. So there's nothing there. Bilbo, no setup. Gandalf says, add the lost card to your hand, and then you can exchange with Frodo. Exchange just means you give a card to them, they give a card back to you. Pippin can exchange with Frodo, Sam, or Merry. So before the game starts, I think it's before the hands are even dealt, there is one card that's kind of dealt off to the side. This is called the lost card. It doesn't, I don't know what purposes it really serves. I mean, Gandalf has access to it. I think it's to maybe add a little extra whatever, like that there's a card sitting out, but you know what card it is. And there's a few like characters and goals that interact with the lost card, so that's just a thing you do. What else? So then these tokens are used that, well, first, before you start, you place them on characters that you have to take, but then once the game actually gets going, you can place these on characters to show which ones have completed their goals so far. And I think that's more or less it for the solo mode. Like I said, I have it kind of set up here. The setup's more or less the same, except you just can choose one person's setup for all do versus each person doing their own setup like on their character. And I think normally when you play, you deal the entire deck evenly between everybody, but in the solo mode, each character only has a hand of 4 cards. After they play a card and a trick is resolved, then they get a new card from the deck until it's been emptied, and then you just play through the rest of your hand at that point. I think that's pretty much it. It's a relatively straightforward game, but as you get further along in chapters, you have different characters, different goals to do. There's some extra rules that are kind of thrown at you, but I think it's pretty straightforward, and hopefully I'm gonna flip through this to make sure I explained everything, but I think we're looking pretty good, and we can kind of just get started here. End of the round, character goals, communication doesn't really matter, ring suit, yada yada. Leading, yeah, no, I think we're good. We're just gonna kind of start with chapter 1. When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced that he would shortly be celebrating his 11st birthday with a party of special magnificence, there was much talk and excitement in Hobbiton. This is some good music. All right. So chapter 1, a long-expected party. So we have Frodo, Bilbo, Gandalf, and Pippin. Their characters is a short victory, which just means once everybody's completed their victory, we're good. Speed00, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I don't have my alerts working on screen because I had wiped my laptop recently, but I appreciate it. Hopefully the Twitch stream doesn't take a dump like it did last week. If it does, you can always hop on my YouTube channel, !YouTube, to check that out. Because yeah, last week for some reason the Twitch stream just stopped like after a few hours. I don't know why. Hopefully it doesn't happen again today. Yeah, we're just gonna get started with this first round. So I haven't done any setup yet, so let me take a look at what we have. Just to reiterate for the goals, Frodo also has 2 different sides, one for 4 players, one for 3 players. On the solo mode, you use the 3-player side. Okay, let me double check that's correct. Yeah, the 3-player side. So Frodo just needs to win 4 or more ring cards. Bilbo needs to win 3 or more tricks. Gandalf needs to win 1 or more tricks, and then Pippin needs to win the least amount of tricks. I'll probably just be stacking them up next to cards as I'm going along. So, always been
living here under the hill.
So I'm gonna start with. Well, I can see, you know, everybody's hands. So I know if I lead with an 8 of hill, Bilbo here doesn't have a hill to follow with, so they can just throw off a 4 of ring cards, which the 8 is the highest of the normal suits and of all the suits. Gandalf will follow with a 4, and Pippin will follow with the 7. Frodo wins that one and gets his first ring card. Set these just off to the side here, and then everybody gets dealt a new card, and Frodo starts this next round. And so now that a ring card has been played, we flip this over, and if Frodo wanted to, they could lead the first thing. I also just realized I never did any of the setup stuff. I could have, and I should have, but you know, we already started, so we're just gonna have to roll with it. But normally I could choose one character setup thing to do in the solo mode, which I did mention, I just forgot to actually do that. So playing the rules again in Elvish. Okay. No. The Elvish, the Elvish got some weird names. Like, I just watched the movie and I already, like, I couldn't tell you the name of the Elvish city or the Elvish king or queen or whatever. Like, they got some weird names, a lot of like wispy light names. But I respect it. So what now? See, the issue is if I could lead with the 2, but the 3 would beat it. I could lead with the 1, they would play the 3, and then I'd be good. Or I could just do something else. Let's just change it up. I'll lead with the 3 of mountains. Let Bilbo win this with his 8 of mountains. Gandalf's gonna lose this, so let's just play that, a 2 of hills. And then we'll play 2 of mountains. So that is a win for Bilbo. So I'll just like put 1 card under him, indicate that. It is now Bilbo's lead. All right. Well, Bilbo needs to win 3 or more tricks, so we're gonna go ahead and lead with the 8. Gandalf needs to win 1 or more, so we're gonna try to have him hold on to that 7, but everybody can follow suit with the shadows. Frodo doesn't have a shadow, so he's just gonna throw that. That's the second trick for old Bilbo Baggins. I'm vibing with the soundtrack. Hopefully, let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet. It's, you know, a bit of a different soundtrack than I normally do, so I wasn't sure exactly where to set the volume, but it should be kind of around where I normally have that. Okay, so Bilbo just needs to win 1 more trick. They have the 7, so they can lead with that, and the 8 is not out, so that will be all well and good. We'll go ahead and do that. And that is Bilbo's 3rd trick. Put that there. We'll put this here to indicate his goal is done. Everybody gets a new card. It's Bilbo's lead again. Hopefully the 8 of shadow isn't out. It's not, so that means I can lead with that to let Gandalf play his 7, and let's get Pippin, let's get rid of their 7, because we don't want them winning any tricks, or at least the least amount of tricks. Gandalf wins that, so he's won his minimum 1 trick that he needs to win. I think at this point the deck's going to be empty. You're out of the cards, so now we just play through the rest of the hand. Gandalf leads. What we'll do is the old lead with the 5 of rings. Pippin will have to play their 3, and then Frodo can play their 1. Bilbo can play literally whatever. It doesn't really matter. Play that. The 1 of rings, also, I should explain as a little thing. You can choose to kind of use it as a trump card and just win the trick no matter what. But you can also choose to not. And just, if for some reason I wanted to, I could be like, no, it's just a normal rings card, which in this case, Gandalf would win. But we don't want that. We want Frodo to win. So I will use it as the 1 ring, win this hand. That is our, oh, come on. I'm just trying to slide this under there. Whatever. The 4 ring cards we need. So that is Bilbo's task done. Or sorry, Frodo's task done. And now we just got to play out the rest of the round to make sure Pippin doesn't win any hands, and we'll be good. Should be pretty easy to do because they don't have any high cards at all. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Frodo wins that. Frodo leads. We'll lead with a 2 of rings. That's just safe because no one has that at all. That's good. Frodo wins that. He gets all 5 rings, actually. Look at that. Pretty crazy. And then Frodo plays that, and then that, and then that, and then that. Wins again. Pippin won 0 tricks, but that's what we want. Their goal is to win the fewest, or tied for the fewest. And that is a win on chapter 1. That's how it's done. I think the farthest I've gotten so far is chapter 5. I was losing on chapter 5, so I have played a little bit of this so far, but not a crazy. There's 18 chapters total, so not even like a third of the game yet. But okay, there you go. On to chapter 2. The party is over. Had a great time. Fireworks display. Frodo's disappearance. Magic trick, if you will. And we'll set this off to the side up there. And onwards to chapter 2. You ought to go quietly, and you ought to go soon, says Gandalf. 2 or 3 weeks had passed, and still Frodo made no signs of getting ready to go. I know, but it is difficult to do both, Frodo objected. If I just vanish like Bilbo, the tale will be all over the Shire in no time. Chapter 2, A Little Delay in the Shire. So this time we have Frodo. Bilbo is gone. Rip Bilbo. But we have, and also, no, Gandalf's still here. We also have Sam. And where the heck is Merry? And Merry. Now we have to have Frodo, Sam, and Merry as at least 3 of the characters, but obviously we have more than 4 characters out here, so we have a bit of a choice of which 4 we want to pick from. And I'm just gonna have, you know what, Gandalf, you got more important stuff to do right now. Go do your research on the history of the ring. We don't need you right now. We'll take the party of Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin. Now, this game, we add in the threat deck, is what it's called. It's a small deck of 4 cards with the Black Riders. So, what is the importance of this? Well, Sam here has their goal involves this threat deck. So I deal 1 card out from it. In this case is the 1. Let's slide that under Sam, because Sam's goal says win a specific Hills card based on the value of the threat card drawn. So Sam, at some point in this game, in this round, needs to win the 1 Hills card. That's pretty much their thing. That's all. So let me shuffle up and deal out the cards, and then I'll make sure to actually do the setup this time. I kind of breezed by last time, but they're not all going to be that easy. That was just chapter 1. So Sam, like that's what I just mentioned, they have to win the 1 of Hills card. Merry, who we also have now, needs to either just win 1 or 2 tricks. That's their thing. And then we got Pippin that still needs to win the fewest, and Frodo that needs to win 4 or more ring cards. And that's where we're at. So a little delay in the Shire. So we deal 1 card out for the lost card, and 3 for Frodo because he already starts with the ring. We'll move these up just a little bit so we have more room for the hand of cards. I like kind of just staggering them a little bit just to make it easier to see whose is what, whose and whose is what's. Okay, there's Merry's hand and old Pippin. Okay, so that's dealt. Oh boy, Pippin has highest ring card. Well, they don't have the 1 ring, but the highest normal ring card. They have 2 rings and a 7 and an 8. That's rough. Luckily, we'll probably use the setup on Pippin, which says they can exchange with Frodo, Sam, or Merry. I don't even know who we want to exchange with. Probably Frodo to give them like the 8 of Forest or 8 of Shadow. Yeah, I think that would be good. Let me think on this for a second. a sip here. All right. Like I could give Frodo the ring cards. That probably wouldn't be a terrible idea. But I can't lead with the ring cards, which sucks. Whatever I lead with, if I lead with Shadows, Pippin would win. If I lead with Forest, Pippin would win at this moment without doing any exchanges. I guess actually if I lead with Forest, Merry would win. That's not terrible. So I think I'm still going to exchange with Pippin. I'm going to take his Shadow card. Give it to Frodo, and then have Frodo give Pippin the 1 Shadow card. And I think that'll be okay. We shall see. Okay. We're all set up and ready to go with Chapter 2. And I'm going to start out by playing... we could just play the Age of Shadows. Yeah, we'll do that first, because I know I'll win this, so why not? Sam, we also have to keep an eye out for the 1 of Hill card, because that's what Sam needs to win. Merry does need to win some tricks at some point, so I don't want to throw away their good, cards at the moment. I mean, if they hold on to the 8, that's going to guarantee Pippin doesn't win with their 7 of Forest. So that trick is over. Frodo won that one. He gets a new card. Okay, this is good, kind of. Yeah, this is good, because I can do something like this. I lead with 6 of Mountains, right? Boom. Sam doesn't have 6 of Mountains, so they can play a ring card. Boom. Rings have been activated. Merry's going to play their mountain cards. Pippin doesn't have mountain cards, so they can also play their ring cards. And Frodo wins 2 rings. 2 of the 4 needed for old Frodo Baggins. And Frodo just stays winning right now. Now I could lead with the 1 and then get Pippin's 3. But I don't think I want to. I have the 1 of Hills, though, so that's good to know. And I think I can manage this in 2 turns. So I'm going to play the 6 first. Sam will play their 4. Merry can play their 8. And Pippin can play their 7. So Merry wins that one. They either need to win 1 or 2 tricks. I'm not going to mark their... I guess I can mark their goal as complete, but there's a chance if they win more than 2, then we would just lose, so I gotta be careful of that. But now, right, we should be good. Yeah, so now I can play the 5. I'm making sure this works out. We'll get rid of that there. Frodo can play the 1 of Hills, which Sam needs, and then Sam can play their 7. They win their 1 of Hill card and complete their mission as well. Face up, so I don't mix them up. Okay, we're doing pretty good. 2 of the 3 goals complete. Sam gets to lead. What do I want to do here? I guess it doesn't really matter too much. As long as Pippin doesn't win, we're good. If I lead with Hills, Merry would win. If I lead with Shadows, Merry would also win, which isn't the end of the world. Like, that's not bad for them to win. They just can't win more than 2. I mean, either way, it's unavoidable. So let's just do it. So I'm gonna lead with a 6 there. Merry plays their 7. Pippin plays their 2, and then they play their 3. Merry wins that one. They got their 2nd win, which they didn't need, but that's okay. That's still allowed. These are the final cards of the deck. Merry is leading now. Let's just get Frodo to win this. So we're gonna lead with the 4. We can do that at this point. They play the 3. Frodo plays the 1. Sam doesn't really need to win anymore, so we're just gonna play their 6. Frodo wins that, so gets 5 of the ring cards. They only needed 4, but you know what? An extra one can't hurt. Back to Frodo leading. So this is tough. I can't lead with mountains because Pippin would win. Okay, I see what I need to do. If I play hills, Merry would win, and then they can lead with forest, and then Pippin can get rid of their mountains on an offsuit. So that just works. That works pretty good, actually. So lead with hills. Then we'll play... Oh, but then Merry can't... Oh, we're in a bad spot here, because if Merry wins, then that's going to be their 3rd trick, and that's also bad. I think I've just lost at this point. I mean, I guess Pippin can win 1 trick. That's not bad, because they could be tied for the lowest amount of tricks. They just can't have more than 1. So I guess it's not all over. But then we're still... Okay, no, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think it's okay. So I'm going to lead with mountains instead. Sam will lead with their 2, I guess. I don't... That maybe matters, maybe it doesn't. They put their 7. I mean, I guess they could play their 1, but then we'll still have the 8. Then Merry can't win. That's right. So Pippin actually does need to win this one. So Merry doesn't win. They're already at their 2 wins. Pippin will lead with a 1. No. I think I'm still screwed. Because if I lead with hills, Merry wins. If I lead with mountains, Frodo wins, but then has to lead with hills, and Merry's still gonna win. There's no way to let Sam win. I think I'm just in a screwed situation here. There's nothing I can do, so we'll just play it out. Play a 2, they play a 3, they play a 4, they play an 8. Merry wins that and is at 3 wins, which is over their limit of 2. So that's a bit of a loss there on chapter 2. Not a good start. That was just a little bit of an unfortunate ending there. Maybe it could have been avoided with some better planning on my part. Not too sure, but you know what? It's pretty easy to reset and run back, and we shall do so. I want to see if I can make it past chapter 5. That was the one I've been stuck on. So it's the Old Man Willow's chapter. Okay, so let me redeal the threat card to Merry first. I'm gonna stick with these 4 characters. Set back up. Face them out, maybe a little bit better. Okay. Unfortunate, but we shall go again. 2 of hill cards is what they have this time. Good shuffle. I'm liking this music. I really hope this doesn't, like, you know, like I said, I hope it doesn't get me in trouble. I don't know. So far, it seems like that, you know, as long as the stream doesn't get taken down, that's all that I care about, which I doubt. Good vibes. Make me some good lo-fi, especially like themed lo-fi music like this. It's bad. Okay. Surely we're gonna win this time. I'll just blame that on bad draws, but yeah, like I said, I when I first read the rules for this, I wasn't too impressed. I was like, there's not gonna be a lot of decision space, and it might feel kind of random, but I don't know. I really like it. I think it's a good amount of luck and skill, and it can still be unfortunate times like I just had, but you know, that happens. Oof. More high cards to Pippin. That's just rough. It's also rough because we see here the lost card is the 8 of forest, and they just got dealt the 7. So we know the 8 is out of bounds, so that's the highest forest. So unless that's played like on an offsuit, that's just gonna win. They need to win the 2 of hills, so we can still do setup here. Whose setup do I want to activate? Probably Pippin's to get rid of one of their high cards, but I don't know for sure. They could trade it with Frodo and they get the one of mountains. That might not be bad. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking here. But I could also lead with the one of mountains. Then they could just throw the 7 as like an offsuit. Then who would win that? So let's play some hypothetical here. If I lead with one of mountains, Mary would win that. Then they could lead with the 7 of shadows, but then we don't know what card's gonna be dealt next. So they could have a shadow, might have to follow suit. If not, they could throw offsuit. I think it's more safe if I do this trade. We got some dialogue going on here. Okay. So setup's been done. Everybody's got their cards. They have their threat card. They need to win the 2 of hills, which hasn't been dealt out yet. I think we're ready to go. So, do I lead with the 8 of hills? I don't think so. I don't want to play hills right off the bat because Sam has a 5. It'll definitely be easier for them to get their hills card if they have a hills card in their hand. If not, they're gonna have to do some offsuit shenanigans here. So we're gonna lead with the 7 of forest. Especially that'll get rid of Pippin's one of their higher cards. Sam, we'll just get rid of the 1, I guess. Mary will get rid of the 2, and Pippin will get rid of the 6. Frodo wins that one. New cards coming out. Looking for the 2 of hills to be dealt. There it is. Okay. That's good. What's bad is Frodo has the 8. That's a little bit of trouble here. What could happen, I play the 5. Mary wins that. Mary plays the 6 of mountains. Frodo doesn't have that. Throws the 8 as an offsuit, and then that's clear for Sam to just go crazy. Or Sam has a 4 of forest, so if they somehow win a hand, then they could win with the forest since no one else has that, and they could just throw whatever. Okay, we got options. We got options. But right now, since rings still haven't been played, I don't have to play the 5, but it's either the 5 or the 8 for Frodo. So we'll play that. Shadows. Sam will follow with that. Mary's gonna win this one. And we want Pippin to get rid of their stupid 7. That's scaring me. I mean, Frodo's got the 8, so it's not like a real threat. I guess it's not a... We'll still get rid of it. So Mary wins this one. That's one of their 2 tricks. More of the rings out, but I can't lead with one yet because no one's played one as an offsuit. Mary won that, so they lead next. Do we need Sam to win? But with how? And how do we get that to work? Or we gotta get rid of the hills cards. Wait, because Frodo still has this stupid one. Okay, I see the move here. If I lead with Forest, that'll clear it out. Sam would be in the lead. Frodo could get rid of his 8, and then he leads with the 5. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but we already got rid of the 7, right? So the 6 is still out there. As long as that doesn't get dealt this next hand, we'll be super fine. We'll see how this works out. We're gonna lead with the 3. Pippin. We don't want to get rid of... Well, wait, am I dumb? Mary won that last one, right? Because if so, I am dumb. Because Sam's gonna win this, and I can just throw the 2 now. I'm trying to do all this crazy maneuvering in my head, and it just works out like that, right? So if that's the case, I'm gonna get rid of Frodo's 3 because then Sam wins with a 4. Was I making that way more complicated than that needed to be? Because he wins that and gets his 2. I hope I didn't mess that up because that was. Oh boy, we got Gollum going on. Good old Smeagol. Okay, so Sam won that one. So now we need. What do we need? We need Frodo to start winning his rings, but a ring still hasn't been played, and everybody. Okay, wait. I see the move. If I lead with mountains, Frodo doesn't have a mountain, could play the 1 ring as an offsuit, win that, lead with the 4. As long as the 5 doesn't get played, we're good. Let's see how this works out. So I lead with the 4 mountains. Mary goes with the 6. They go with the 1. Frodo doesn't have mountains, so he will lead with the 1 ring. Activating the rings power. Rings of Power. Isn't that the name of the show? Guess I'll have to watch that at some point. I think that's more of a prequel from what I heard, right? Whatever the Amazon show. Is that any good? Is that worth watching? That's something I should watch after I finish the main series. Okay, the 5 was not dealt. That is the most ideal situation because now we can play the 4. Sam it doesn't matter if he wins or loses anymore at this point. That goes there.
Yes, Mr. Frodo.
That goes there. That goes there. And Frodo won that. So he's got 4 rings, which is what he needs. Okay, where's the 5? There's the 5, and it goes to Frodo. Okay. We'll just stay winning here. So stay winning with that. We're gonna have Sam throw his shadows. Mary really shouldn't win too much more. And Pippin still has some higher cards, so we'll get rid of that. Frodo won that. So we'll go mountain, sorry, hill, follow with hill, follow with hill, king of the hill, boom. Frodo stays winning. At this point, Sam's gonna win the next 2, and that doesn't matter. That's totally chill, totally fine. That goes there, that there. Mountain has to follow mountain. Sam wins that, which Sam does just need to win the hill card. They don't have any other requirements. So then Sam wins with the 8. Boom, boom, boom. Sam wins that, and that's a successful win. Pippin didn't win any. They could have at least won 1. They didn't win any. So GG. On to chapter 3. We're moving right along. Put this back. What is this? That's just a random card. Okay, well, it's loosely based on the prequel book. The meh of a show. I want it to be good. They changed a bunch of lore backstories for the show. Oh, I don't know if I'd love that. Wait, it's based on the prequel book, but you're now talking The Hobbit, right? Like that's the prequel book, right? Are you talking? Is there books before The Hobbit? I mean, I know there's so much lore about Lord of the Rings. I mean, I only know like the main 3 books and The Hobbit. I know that is the prequel, but I suppose there's probably been a lot more stuff put out for it. One thing I'm excited to try once I finish the series, I'm really excited to try the Lord of the Rings, the like not living card game, but the trading card game or whatever, the one made by Fantasy Flight. I've heard that's good. I also know, I'm pretty sure maybe Dallas has talked about this. Like I know there's a few Lord of the Rings RPGs out there. I know there's like the One Ring made by Free League, which I'm a big Free League fan. That has like a solo mode built in. So there's a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff that I've been avoiding because I would hate to accidentally get spoiled by like a game or something. Because for how old this series is, I have basically not been spoiled on anything. There is one thing I've been spoiled on, and that's about it. I don't want to say it. I'll just say it involves Gandalf. I know one. I don't know how big of a spoiler it is. It feels like a kind of a major thing, but in the grand scheme of like the next 2 books, I have zero idea what happens. I don't know if if Frodo makes it to Mount Doom. I don't know if he ends up destroyed. I don't know anything. I just know one thing about what happens to Gandalf after book 1 in some capacity. I'll leave it as that. I'm not gonna spoil it for people that don't know. Anyway, on to chapter 3. The Silmarillion? Silmarillion. Oh, okay. Huh, I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything. We're moving on to chapter 3. Frodo sat down beside Sam and began to eat. "What is the plan for today?" asked Pippin. "To walk to Buckleberry as quickly as possible," answered Frodo, and gave his attention to the food. Chapter 3, The Ring Sets Out. So we have Frodo, Farmer Maggot, Gildor, Sam, Merry, and Pippin are the characters available. We have Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin. We also have Farmer Maggot, Gildor. They're not here yet. Are those the only extra 2? Wait. Yeah. And so we have to use Frodo. We have to use Farmer Maggot. I don't like his name. one slip up when I'm saying a slur over here. I'm just gonna call him Farmer from now on. We have to use Gildor. Okay. So this is another short victory. I think most of the early chapters, I think at least up to chapter 5 that I played are all short victories. We only play 1 round and do that. So I like Pippin. I like playing with Pippin. You know, just them not winning any. I like doing that. It's fun. It's a fun challenge. So we will play with Frodo, Farmer, Gildor, and Pippin for this chapter 3. So I'll start shuffling these up. So Frodo and Pippin we've already had, so you know their goals is Frodo's just trying to get 4 more rings. Pippin's not trying to win any, or at least the fewest. Farmer their goal is to win 2 or more cards matching the rank of the threat card drawn during setup. Okay, 2 or more cards matching the rank of the threat card. Oh, matching the rank, not the suit. So if it's like a 2 threat card, they need to win at least 2 2s. Gildor, it says play a forest card in the final trick. It does not have to win the final trick. Of course, it says high elf, but they're also like they're a forest elf, right? Like, or is that the same thing? I don't know the elf lore that well, but at least they were wandering through the forest when they were encountered. I think once again, Gildor, Farmer, they weren't in the movie at all. The movie does not care about these characters. It's terrible. We'll spoiler in the next chapter. We encounter one character that I really liked was good old Tom Bombadil, and also one character which I accidentally kind of spoiled myself on that I saw is in this game in a later chapter is good old Radagast, who might be one of my favorite characters so far in like the franchise. I really like Radagast. Radagast. Oops, I was supposed to deal the lost card first. I don't think it really matters, but I was supposed to do that. Which he's not in the movie at all, because I guess it's not super important. He's just, I can't say too many spoilers, but he's just helping Gandalf out, you know, a little bit. Yeah, I like him. I hope he makes more of an appearance in some of the later books, whatnot. I imagine so. I mean, how many wizards are out there? I only know 3. I mean, there's probably more. I gotta say though, when I was watching the movie, I was thinking about this. It's like they come up with all like a bunch of different names for characters. And once again, this might, don't tell me if this is like, if this reasoning is correct or anything, but like it drives me crazy that they have all these names that you can make up any names, but they have a guy named the big bad is Sauron, and then you have a wizard named Saruman. Like their names are so close, they're like a syllable off. And it drives me crazy because I keep getting them like which one's which again? Like I know there's like, you know, I know what happens in the first book, right? So but it just drives me crazy. Like Sauron's the bad guy, then Saruman. And at first I thought there was a Saramir, but maybe I was misremembering that, or that's like something else. Like, I don't know. Kind of drives me crazy. It's like you can come up with any crazy fantasy names and you have Sauron and Saruman. Like, come on. Anyway, just a minor quibble. So chapter 3, so farmer needs to win 2 or more of the 4 cards, which is gonna be interesting. Gildor just needs to play a forest card in the final trick. Pippin still needs to win 0, and Frodo is doing Frodo things. They just need to win. They just need to win rings. That's what it's all about. I think actually before we start this chapter, I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Wait, no, that's the wrong screen. Okay, there we go. I'm back. So,
Always been a Baggins.
haven't we listened to this song already?
Under the hill.
I guess some of them might repeat.
Baggin. There always will be.
Okay. So you need to win 4s. Let's just start with that. That seems simple enough. Because they got an 8. Gildor has a 4. Let's just start off simple. So, boom. Farmer wins the first trick. Gets one of the 2 4s they need. Okay, just another 4 has appeared. And we can actually win it. Farmer's stuff is gonna be done already. Ooh. Oh, I also didn't do any setup stuff. I rushed through that. You know, I hate to do this. I'm gonna redeal this real fast because I feel like I need to do the setup for this chapter and all ongoing chapters. I'd forgotten I hadn't done that. Okay, let me redeal real fast. This will only take a second. My bad. I'll keep the. I guess if I'm redealing, I'll redeal it all. I know. I'm sorry. I was like, it's gonna be tough for Gildor because they only have 1 forest card, and there's a chance they might not get another. And if they have to play 1, and if we leave a forest, okay. Then it would have been easier because I know Frodo had a forest card that I could have exchanged in the setup if I did it. Okay, now we got the one of hill cards. Or just one card that farmer needs to win. Yeah, like how in the book, like, farmer plays not like a pivotal role, but there's like a whole scene with him and inviting Frodo in for dinner and whatnot. And in the movie, you just see like the top of his hat as he's chasing the fellowship through like a field or whatever. Like it's, I don't know, it's kind of, once again, I understand that he's not pivotal to the plot and they got to cut some stuff. I mean, they cut friggin' Tom Bombadil. Like, what the heck? Excuse me. But, okay, I need to make sure to do the setup this time. I don't know why I keep forgetting. Oh, let me deal this lost card first. Technically done that first, but once again, I don't think it matters too much. Oh, whatever. I want to make sure I'm doing stuff in the order I should be. Oh, wow. I happened to deal an 8 to Gildor. That's a forest one. So Pippin can exchange a Frodo, Sam, or Merry. Pippin has a 7 of mountains. That's a little scary. So I guess maybe they could exchange it. It's because Gildor can't exchange with Frodo. I mean, Gildor could give Frodo the ring, but it's actually maybe good that they have it so they could like lead it with an offsuit. Maybe, I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep the ring with Gildor and instead have Pippin give Frodo his 2, and then Frodo just swap the 2 and the 7. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, so farmer needs to win the 1s. They have a 1 of hills, so they're not winning anything with that. Ooh, and that's a tough situation because they have a 1. Maybe maybe, you know what, now that I'm looking at this, I'm gonna undo that. I haven't played yet because farmer can exchange with Pippin or Merry, so maybe this would be good, is have farmer give Pippin the 1, they take the 7 instead. So farmer's just got mountains locked down, and then they can throw that, and that'll be good. Yeah, this seems good. Because they just need to play a forest card in the final trick. They need their rings. He needs to win 2 or more 1 cards. They need to win no tricks. Okay, I think we're okay. Okay, now we've done our setup, got our lost card, got our threat card. Let's go. So start by leading with that. Farmer can play that. Gildor can play that, and then Pippin can throw that as their off cards. So farmer wins that and gets their first 1 card they need. We'll be leading the next one. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, farmer can play a 7 of mountains. Gildor doesn't have any mountains, so they can throw off with that. Pippin can play their 6, right? Or no, yeah, they don't have any mountains. What does Frodo want to do? I guess throw 4, doesn't matter. Farmer wins that. They get their second 1. They needed 2 or more of that, so they're good. They win that, and they start the next trick. Card for Frodo, Farmer, Gildor, Pippin. The farmer leads. It really seems like if I have the choice, I don't want to lead with a mountain card or a forest card because Gildor only has 1. They have the highest one. They don't need to win the card, but they need to throw a forest card in the final trick. I could throw a mountain card, but no one else is going to have anything, so I'm just going to win. I could throw the shadow. Okay, I could throw a mountain card, and then Frodo plays the 1 ring. And then we have rings going. So I think that's the move. I'll lead with a 3 instead. I don't think it really matters, but whatever. So if Frodo's going to throw the 1 ring, then Gildor might as well throw in the 2. Pippin can play their 4. And then Frodo doesn't have mountains. They're going to activate the One Ring and definitely wants to win this trick. Gets 2 of their 4 ring cards. Gets to start the next trick. Hopefully a ring doesn't get dealt out, or maybe just not. No, hopefully one doesn't. Because they could just lead with that. I think we will. Because if we lead with that, we'll win it. Play that. That was a cool little voiceover. It's the one thing with lo-fi. They left there in the little voice signs if it's like from something. Yeah, I guess they don't really want to win. They don't care about winning. The farmers chill. They've completed their task. Gildor also, I don't think really cares what's going on as long as they hold on to that forest card. And I think Pippin should get rid of that. So we're going to do that. Frodo wins that hand. Wins their 3rd ring card. Then there's still going to be the 4 and the 5. Oh, thankfully, Frodo gets 1. We don't want to see it dealt. Ooh, that's good luck on our end because we lead with the 4. Guaranteed to win this because there's no 5 to beat it. We're going to have Farmer get rid of his forest cards. Any forest cards where I'm scared, I just don't want them out right now. But then that's also going to be tough. We'll still go with it. Because that means we... Okay, no, it's probably fine. I'm not going to overthink this. Okay. Gildor now has the 5 ring card. No, this is okay. Yeah, they're done. He's also done with his task. Gildor only comes into play at the last round with their goal. And Pippin just needs to not win any or the fewest. So I think we're looking good still. So I'm going to keep on keeping on. We'll play that. No one can beat the 7, so we might as well get Frodo the last ring. Why not? Have him get all 5. Nice. Frodo leads again. I think Frodo's just going to stay winning here, which is good. Doesn't really matter at this point. Frodo wins that one. Boom. 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 Frodo wins that one. And then last round, a 1, leading with Forest. At this point, it doesn't really matter. Gildor places 8. Task complete. He wins that anyway, which he didn't need to. And then Pippin won the fewest because they didn't really win any. So that's a chapter complete right there. Not too shabby. I actually did everything right and got my setup going. We got it. Redeal this all out. We'll get moving on to the next chapter. That away. That up here. Okay. On to chapter 4. Here Fatty Bulger halted. "Goodbye, Frodo," he said. "I wish you were not going into the forest. I only hope you will not need rescuing before the day is out, but good luck to you, today and every day." Chapter 4, Conspiracy in Creek Hollow. We have Frodo, Fatty Bulger, Sam, Merry, Pippin. There? Guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. So Frodo has to be played. Farmer is gone. Fatty Bulger, I think is how you pronounce his name. Sam, Gildor is gone. We got Sam, Merry, Pippin, and who has to be used? Merry has to be used. And Fatty Bulger has to be used. So sorry, Sam. I like playing with Pippin. I mean, I like the challenge of just not winning any or winning the fewest. Very reminiscent to the crew. And it's just, sometimes bit of a weird concept, like when you're playing like cooperative trick-taking games. Is like there's times when you don't want to win tricks, or like you're actively trying to not win tricks, and I think that's like a fun part of these cooperative trick-taking games. Is like, you know, obviously there's some skill and strategy to trying to win, but there's also some skill and strategy of like trying your hardest to lose, or to not win any tricks. And I think it's its own little game in itself. So I like having Pippin in. We're gonna keep him going. Let's see. So of course Frodo and Pippin, they've been here this whole time, so no need to go over their goals. Merry, of course, just needs to win 1 or 2 tricks. And we have Fatty Bulger, which is win exactly 1 trick. So yeah, that's the goal for chapter 4. Okay, so let me do this in the right order. So first we deal our lost card. Ooh, it's the 3 of rings. That doesn't happen often, that a ring card. I actually don't know if I've ever had that happen, where a ring card gets thrown as the lost card. I mean, normally there's 5, but Frodo needs to win 4. So one of them being out is just gonna make this a lot more difficult. Poor old Frodo. But I mean, pretty much every round I've been able to swing it where Frodo wins them all, so I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Do I need to deal a threat card? I don't think so. We need it for Merry, and we needed it for Farmer, but I don't think... Frodo doesn't need a threat card. Fatty doesn't. Feel bad, I'm just calling him Fatty, but like, it's an insult, it's just his name. Merry's good. Pippin's good. Okay. Gotta do 1 setup here. I mean, Pippin has some high cards, which is scary. They got a 7 of Hills, a 7 of Shadows. Merry has 1 of the rings, which is fine. I think we need to do some exchanging here with Pippin. We can either exchange with Merry or Sam.
Who above all else desire power.
Who do I want to exchange with? Who do I want to exchange with? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think what would be good is if I have Frodo and Pippin exchange that. And then I right off the rip lead with the 7. I think this will be good. Down a little bit. Okay, because then they can lead with that. They have the 8, so they're basically guaranteed to win. Merry doesn't have a shadow card, so they could throw off with the ring and automatically first round get the rings going. Then Pippin can get rid of that, and that's good. Frodo's got 1 of his rings, but like I said, it's gonna be a bit tougher this round with 1 of the rings being out here. Jeez, Pippin's got an 8 now also. This is a little scary. A little scary. So, also Merry needs to win at least 1 or 2 tricks. Fatty needs to win at least 1, which they have an 8, so that's not gonna be too hard. Merry's got pretty bad cards right now, so that's gonna be tough to swing. I guess I could lead with the 1 ring, but the 8's gonna win anyway. I have all 2s. I guess it doesn't matter. So get rid of this one. I don't think it really matters. I don't think it matters for Merry's card either. Pippin just needs to get rid of that 8 for sure. Because then Frodo wins that, and then they can play the 7 next round and definitely win with 7 of Mountains. We're good there. Where are the other rings? I'm kind of really nervous about this now. Every other round I'm like, I'll get the rings when I can get them. All right, so we're gonna... Okay, Merry's got the 8 of Hills. That's really good because they need to win 1 that's also gonna prevent Pippin from playing in their... winning with their 7. So we're sitting nice. Lead with the 7 of Mountains for Frodo. They play their 4. They play their 6. Frodo wins that one. Easy. Still no more rings are popping out. Okay, there's one. Okay. I'm liking the saxophone. We're gonna play the 7, so Fatty can win their 1. I don't want to like save that for the end because that would make me a little nervous. Let's do that. There's a win for them. Where are the other rings? Oh, Frodo gets the 5 ring. That is so lucky. Fatty's goal is complete. And so now they could lead with the 4, but I want to get Mary at least one of their tricks. So if I lead with these 2, they can lead with the 8. Pippin can throw their 7. Then Frodo has to follow suit, but kind of wants to at this point. With that, Mary wins that one, and that's one of their tricks they need. They can win one more, but not like they want to at this point. So both of their goals are done. Okay, I see what I can do. I can have Mary play the 3, right? Then Pippin plays the 6. Frodo has to follow suit, but will win with the 5. And then Fatty doesn't have a mountain, so they can play with the ring. Frodo wins that, so he gets his 2nd ring. Deck is empty at this point. Frodo leads. Can lead uncontested with 2 rings in a row. Easy. Frodo wins that. Frodo stays winning out here. Lead with the 1 ring. Even if I don't activate its power, it's going to be uncontested at this point. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. And that's Frodo's 4th ring. Goal complete. And then final cards. Gets played. Frodo wins that. Pippin won the fewest. That's a chapter complete right there. That is a chapter complete. Not too bad, not too bad. We're moving along to chapter 5. I think this next one, like I said, I think it's the farthest I've gotten. We'll see for sure once I see what chapter it is, but I think so. Okay. Off to the side. Yes, I think this is the chapter I was kind of stuck on. So, chapter 5. There was not as yet any sign of the path. I don't know why I struggle with that. There was not as yet any sign of the path, and the trees seemed constantly to bar their way. Pippin suddenly felt that he could not bear it any longer, and without warning, let out a shout. "Oi, oi!" he cried. I'm not going to do anything. Just let me pass through, will you? Chapter 5, The Old Forest. So, our characters are Frodo. Fatty is gone. We're getting Tom Bombadil entering. Sam, Mary, and Pippin. We'll bring Sam back in. We'll switch it up a little bit. Because Tom and Frodo are the ones that have to be played. So this will be our team. This game also, we have the Old Man Willow Old Forest deck. So I don't know which side I'm supposed to read. Okay, on the back it says, Frodo and Sam beat first upon the tree trunk where Pippin had lain. They then struggled frantically to pull open the jaws of the crack that held poor Mary. It was quite useless. So what I have to do is there's this Old Man Willow card. And shoot, I'm gonna check something. Sometimes there's special setup rules for some of these chapters. I hope there wasn't one for last chapter. I don't think there was. There was, I totally forgot there was. So Fatty was supposed to get 9 cards. If you here's a little PSA at home. If you're playing this solo, check this chapter specific questions each chapter, because there might be solo specific rules, and there is for this chapter as well. I had forgotten. I even did that when I played this earlier this week. Is like I played through chapter 4, I won it, and then looked back and I was like, oh, there's solo specific rules, because we didn't do Fatty Bulger's setup, but it says give a card to each other character but don't get any back, and then they'll essentially have fewer tricks to play. What I was supposed to do, it says before the rest of his setup, deal Fatty character 5 more cards, so 9 total, and then they essentially don't get new cards after each trick, is what I was supposed to do. I'm just gonna keep playing it forward, but just as a word of warning, that's what you're supposed to do. But for this chapter, so I'm gonna build up the old forest deck, which is just taking all the forest cards and putting them in a deck. And it says, after building the old forest deck, set up as you normally would for a solo game, except the deck you draw from will have only 12 cards in it. So that's the main difference here. So let me fish out all the forest cards and set them off to the side. Then we build this little forest deck. I'll explain exactly what the purpose of this deck is. It just makes our life a little bit more difficult here in the forest, is what it's going to come down to. Let me shuffle this up.
I'm glad you're with me.
Okay. Let me put this off to the side. Here, I'm going to put everything. Going to move these down maybe. I guess it's not super important. It's just like a reference card. So let me deal the lost card as the one of hills. Do we use the threat cards? We do. We do use the threat cards for Sam. Okay, good. Sometimes, because like Sam, for example, I just dealt the 2 threat card to Sam. And sometimes, like, if he needs to win the 2 of the hill cards, sometimes that 2 of the hill cards might be the lost card that's like sitting out for the round. So you have to redeal the threat cards if that happens. But that didn't happen in this case, so we're good there. The hill deck I will finish putting together here in a second. Let me just go ahead and deal out everything else real fast. I'm digging this playlist. It kind of throws me off when they throw like some random voice lines in, and I'm like, now I'm kind of paranoid that like, what if they like throw a voice line in that spoils something for me? But hopefully not. I haven't heard anything that sounds like a spoiler. I think this playlist is almost at the end too. Like a 2-hour playlist. Hour 43 in, so I think we're good. Okay, so the forest deck gets the 8 forest cards plus a extra 9th Old Man Willow forest card. How this works is before each trick, before the lead player plays their card, you reveal the top card of the deck. And after all cards are played, if the forest card that's revealed is higher than the rank of the winning card, no player wins the trick. And basically Old Man Willow wins it. And the leader of the trick just leads again. But the one of rings can beat any card in the old forest deck. So even the 9 card that shows up here, it can be beat. So, tough. So basically, since the 8 is shown up here, yeah, that's gonna be a little tough. Let me move that up here. That down here. That's the lost card. This is the forest deck. Okay, making sure I'm all set up here. Okay, which character setup do I have to do? I drew the threat card there. They have no setup. This, for Tom Bombadil, their setup says add the lost card to your hand. So that's done. Let's go over the goals. Frodo, of course, 4 more rings need to be won. Tom Bombadil needs to win 3 or more cards matching the same suit as one of the extra cards in your hand at the end of the round. It's an interesting one. So when 3 or more cards matching the same suit, so like he needs to win, maybe for example, he's gonna have 1 extra card because right he has now 5 cards. Everybody else has 4. So at the end of the game, everybody will be out of cards, and Tom Bombadil will have 1 card in his hand. And so if that last card is a hill card, that means that Tom needs to have 3 or more hill cards throughout the game. Is kind of what I understand that to kind of work out to. Sam needs to win the 2 of hill cards, which that's a card they have, which is going to be kind of a tough one to win if they have the card. So I almost want to maybe exchange that with Pippin's 7. I think that would be a good play, actually. Because you can do 1 exchange in the solo mode. Yeah, I like that. It sucks, though, that Pippin has the 8, but we can use that to our advantage and have Frodo lead with the 3 of shadows first. Pippin plays the 8, and then Old Man Willow will win since it's not higher. That's what it says, right? If the forest card is higher than the rank of the winning card, but not tied. Oh. But we could still then play the 7, and then 8 is higher, so then that wins. So I think that'll be okay. So I'm gonna use my 1 exchange to exchange the 2 with the 7 here. Sam and Pippin. I think we're pretty much ready to roll. I can finish this drink real fast. Energy drink. Getting a little, not late here, but later in the day that I don't want to be drinking, caffeine too late in the day, and then I'll be not able to sleep later. Okay, this is almost empty. Just basically chug this. Okay, it's empty. So let's go. Frodo leads with the 3 of shadows. Tom Bombadil plays that. Sam plays that. Pippin plays that. Pippin wins, but Old Man Willow actually wins because they got an 8. We deal out new cards to everybody. Boy. Oh boy. Everybody's got a ring card at this point. This is interesting. Luckily, Frodo has the 5 and the 1, so like that's the best case scenario. We have a new card for the forest here, for the Old Man Willow's forest. So if the winning card is not a 6 or higher, the forest will win this one. Interesting. And since the forest won that last round, Frodo just gets to lead again. So let me kind of take a gander at what we're working with here. So right now, Frodo can't lead with rings because rings haven't been played yet. So if I lead with Shadow, Pippin would win, and that would not be ideal. He can win at least 1. It's just something I don't want to deal with, because then I'll be even worried if because I can avoid it now. I could play a 3, Sam could win it. I mean, that's all well and good there. I'm gonna do that because I can avoid it for now, and there's no reason to not play Mountain. We'll have Frodo lead with Mountain. That, and that. So technically, well, Sam does win that because he played the 4, but the forest card is a 6, and since that's not higher, these all get set aside as the forest technically wins that one, which is fine. I didn't need that. Okay, now we got the 7 to deal with. This forest is really throwing a wrench in plans. Tom Bombadil needs to start winning here. But I think I'm going to have... He has a lot of hill cards. So I think that's what we're going to have him save his 1 of hills for the end and try to win right now with some. So we're going to have Frodo lead with the 6. Tom can play the 8. Sam can play the 7. Pippin can play that. Tom wins that, and he has 4 hill cards. So I'm just going to hand them out to set those off to the side. And he actually does win that since he won with an 8, and that's higher than the forest's 7, so we're good there. We got almost all the high forest cards out of the way. There's still the 9 floating around somewhere, which is a little concerning, but we'll deal with that when we have to. Good song. I think as long as Tom holds on to one of his hill cards as his final extra card, will be good. What would be ideal is to throw out one of the ring cards. And yeah, this could work. I could, for example, do something. We also have to get... He needs to win this 2 of hills? Where is that? That's right there. Oh, that's... We could do that right now. Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's take care of this before I accidentally get rid of the hill card. So we play Tom leads. He plays the 1. Sam can play the 3. Pippin can play his 2. And then Frodo can play whatever. Definitely not a ring card. Sam will win his 2. Slide that there. He's good. He's got his card he needs. So his mission's complete. And that was higher than the forest card, so we're chilling there. Next round, that 9's still hanging out somewhere, and that's worrying. Sam will now lead this round. Okay, I see the move. So we have Sam lead with the 7. Pippin plays his 2. Frodo has to follow suit with an 8. And Tom with his 6. Which is great. Frodo wins. He gets this. It's higher than the forest, so we're good there. Yeah, I'm worried about that 9. Where's that 9? Oh, here it is, the 9. But the 1 ring beats any card in that, including the 9. So if Frodo leads, a ring was also just played, so Frodo can now lead with a ring. Leads with the 1. Tom plays his 4. Sam plays his 3. Pippin gets rid of his 8. Oh, we're sitting pretty dang good here. Frodo wins that. He gets 4 rings. So that's great. Pass complete. And we're on to the final round, which is a 2 on the forest deck. Excuse me. Frodo just leads with that. Tom follows with that. Sam, boom. Pippin, boom. Frodo wins that. Wins another ring card. Those are gone. Tom is left with a hill card in his hand as his extra. He has won 3 or more hill cards, so that is complete on that task. And Pippin didn't win any. That's complete on that task. That's chapter 5. The first time I've actually beat that chapter. Crazy. Crazy. Huge. Now we get to I start going into uncharted territory. I don't know what comes next. I mean, I've read the book. I know what happens next, but as far as actually playing this, I don't know what happens next, so. What we're doing, I think we're still doing it pretty good on time. We're a little shy of 2 hours, so. Actually, we'll play this for a while. I'm having fun. And we're making good progress. Actually, like, it's a lot of the times, I have been busy as a whole recently, but today specifically, I don't have anything going on, so I'll be able to stream, a good amount of time today. I'm not going to take apart the forest deck yet, because I don't know if I need it again. I don't think so. I think we're out of the forest, as they would say, but we shall see. I'll put that up here and on to chapter 6. On either side ahead, a darkness began to loom through the mist. He guessed that they were at last approaching the gap in the hills, the north gate of the Barrow Downs. They could pass that, they would be free. Chapter 6, Fog on the Barrow Downs. We have Frodo, that has to be played, of course. Tom Bombadil again. We are adding in Goldberry. Then we have Sam, Merry, Pippin. And we have a new. So we have Goldberry. They have to be played. Yes, they have to be played. I'm gonna keep Pippin, dude. If I can keep playing Pippin, I'm gonna keep playing Pippin. I think it's a fun challenge. Sorry, Sam. Pippin's my favorite. The Fool. I like how like each character has their own little like subtext underneath them. Like Frodo's the ring bearer, and Tom Bombadil is just the master, I guess. Under Pippin, it just says Fool. Poor Pippin. He didn't deserve this. Okay. We have, what does this say? I don't know if I'm supposed to read this back part. I don't know if it says in the instructions. I don't know if it really matters, but. Okay, I don't know if it matters. I'm just gonna read the back part, the little flavor text. When he came to himself again, for a moment, he could recall nothing except a sense of dread. Then suddenly, he knew that he was imprisoned. Caught hopelessly, he was in a barrow. A barrow wight had taken him, and he was probably already under the dreadful spell of the barrow wights about which whispered tales spoke. This is Fog on the Barrow Downs event. Set aside the 5 ring cards from the main deck. Shuffle the remaining cards and deal 10 for 3 players or 5 for 4 players face down into a face down barrow deck. Then shuffle the ring cards back into the remaining deck and deal X amount of players. Tom Bombadil draws 5 of the barrow deck cards to his hand. Okay, that's what it says by default, but let me check the chapter specific because it's probably way different. Okay. So Goldberry, what's this Goldberry's thing? They need to win exactly 3 tricks in a row and no more. Interesting. That's a fun goal to try to do. It's always been a Baggins.
Here under the hill. In Baggin. There always will be.
Keeps her hand face up the whole. Oh, that's interesting. Goldberry keeps her hand face up the whole round. Her hand face up on the table, which doesn't matter in solo because that's already the case. But it's interesting. Tom would have 5 cards left in his hand at the end of the round. Do not deal a lost card in addition to the barrelweight setup. Okay, so it's the solo specific says during the setup of the barrelweight event, remove 5 cards from the deck. Like in a 4-player game, then set up as you normally would for a solo game, except the draw deck will use to refill hands only have 16 cards. During Goldberry's setup, deal 4 cards from the draw deck. So that Goldberry has 8 in her hand. She will not get any more cards during the round. Okay, that's a little confusing of a setup, so I want to make sure I'm doing this in the correct order. So set aside the 5 ring cards. I guess these don't need to be separated anymore, so I'll just shuffle them back in. I guess I haven't played this one yet, so all this setup stuff is new to me, so you'll have to bear with me here. Okay, so set aside the 5 ring cards from the main deck, shuffle the remaining cards. And set up as you normally would for a solo game. Frodo doesn't start with the 1 ring this today. Ooh, that's a little crazy. Okay, so let me. The setup as you normally would for a normal game. So I assume that includes the lost card. But it says, I don't know which because it says in the top part of the chapter specific rules not to deal a lost card, but in the solo it says then set up as you normally would for the solo game. I'm gonna deal a lost card, and if there's like an uneven amount of cards, then we'll know I screwed up. Okay, the lost card is the 5 of mountains. Okay. And then we deal 4 cards to everybody, I guess. I like this song. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Sorry, this is taking me a second. Only have 16 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so I think you do deal the lost card because there are 16. I want to double check that. And during Goldberry's setup, deal her 4 cards from the draw deck. Then she will get no more cards during. She gets 4 extra cards. But then she gets no more throughout the game. I'm still a little confused. So, what happens with this Barrow Downs? Shuffle this. Oh, then shuffle the ring cards back into the remaining deck. I'm like, how is Frodo supposed to win these if... Okay. Okay. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. I could be playing this a little wrong. That's what it says in the main thing. It's like, take the 5 cards out, give everybody their starting hands, then shuffle the ring cards back in.
There's always been a Baggins.
Always been a Baggins.
Here, under the hill.
I think I've heard this song so many times, but it's good. It's good. It's just stands out every time they say there's always been. Okay, I think I set this up properly. There's a chance I didn't. We'll see. So essentially just the ring cards are now all shuffled into the cards that could be dealt out throughout the round. Goldberry has 8 cards to start, but then they don't get additional ones throughout the game. Okay. No, this is fine. This is just gonna be a little bit more challenging, I guess. So Frodo still needs to win 4 or more ring cards with none. That's gonna be a challenge. Tom Bombadil gets the lost card added to his hand. Oops. Old Man Willow card was still in. That's not, that was supposed to be taken out after last round. I think that's only for the, maybe there's no lost card. Then how does that work? Because he should have 1 extra. I'm really confused because there was 16 left in the deck and that's what it said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, they're actually, maybe I miscounted. There is a lost card. And then that, okay, now I think we're good. I apologize for this long setup, but we're venturing into new territory, so my apologies. Okay, I think now we're good to start. Frodo leads, but we can also do 1 exchange. Tom can exchange with Frodo. Goldberry can't exchange with anybody. Pippin can exchange with Frodo. I don't think Pippin wants to. Pippin has a lot of low cards, and that's great. Goldberry needs to win 3 in a row. That'll be interesting. I don't even know what Tom's gonna do. Tom needs to win a trick and then hold on to another card, but there's no indicator of what I should do that with because his high cards are Shadow or Forest, but he doesn't have a second of either. So I kind of need to hold on to those 2 cards until he gets a second one that I know he's guaranteed that he can hold on to till the end. Goldberry needs to win 3 in a row. That's doable with Hills, but they can't. Oh, this is tough. Okay, let's just start. Let's see how it goes. I'm gonna just have Frodo lead with the 8 of Mountains. Tom Bombadil. Old Tom Bombadil. Lead with that. Goldberry is going to lead with a 1. Pippin doesn't have any of that, so he's going to just throw his 1 Forest card. Frodo wins that. Great. Everybody gets a new one except Goldberry. Okay, Pippin gets the first ring card. Luckily, it's not the one ring. I think I'm gonna go for Goldberry's 3 right now because I see a path she could get at least 2, right? Like boom, boom. But the issue is the third one. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So here we go. Let's hope she has 2 rounds to hopefully get some good cards for everybody. Oh, we'll see. So 4 gets thrown out. A 3 here. She plays a 6. Pippin will just get rid of that. So that's her first win. Okay, more rings coming out. More rings coming out. Tom Bombadil gets the 5 ring. A little concerning. So now Goldberry leads. She cannot lead with the 7 of Shadow because Tom has the freaking 8. Just holding on to that. So she can at least lead with the 8 of Hills. They can play the 7. They play the 2. He has to play the 1. I also got to worry about Tom's other task because he needs to at least win 3 cards of one kind. I'm trying to figure out Goldberry's stuff first, and then we'll jump off that bridge. Tom has 2 of the rings. He has the other forest cards. Oh, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. Okay, not worrying about it. I am worried about it, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, she can win her 3rd with the hills. That's perfect. So she plays that. Pippin can get rid of that. Frodo can get rid of his lowest, I guess. Oh, and then get rid of the 8. I guess it doesn't matter really. Sure, fine. She wins that. That's her 3rd win, so that is 3 in a row. She just can't win any more tricks. Task complete. Here's the 1 ring. We already have that out. We need Frodo to get a ring. It's a little stressful. He's not gonna have enough cards to finish this round. He's like 1 card short. Did I do something wrong here? Let me double check. Sorry, I'm gonna double check something. She has 8 cards in her hand, which I think is what I did. And she gets no cards later in the round. She's just gonna run out before everybody else. I don't know if that's what's supposed to happen, but I guess that's what's going to happen. It's her lead now. Okay, this is good. This is good. We can play with this. Okay, I see the path here. She leads with the 5. Pippin plays that. Frodo plays the 3. Tom Bombadil plays the 7. Wins all of these. Now he has 4 forest cards. He only needed 3. And now he just needs to hold on to the 8 till the end. Okay, I've screwed something up because there's 1 single card left. Did I miscount when dealing to Goldberry? I'm going to assume I did and give her an extra card because I screwed up something somewhere at some point. My bad. There's a chance I maybe miscounted. There shouldn't just be 1 extra card because we already dealt the lost card and that something got screwed up. My bad. So Tom won that one. Now here's what's great is, well, maybe it's not so great. Tom can play the 1, but then choose not to use its trump power, but instead just be a chill 1 ring. She plays that. Pippin plays that. Frodo plays the 4. Gets 3 of his 4 rings. Frodo won that one. So now he can play his 7 of mountains. Tom can play that. She can play that. Pippin can play that. Frodo wins that, so he gets the 5 of rings. And that's his 4th, so that's a mission complete for him. He could play that. I guess it doesn't matter. Play that. That. Frodo wins his 5th ring. Great. Then boom, 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 boom. Frodo wins that. Tom is left with a forest card, and he won at least 3 forest cards, so we're good there. And Pippin didn't win any, so we're good there. Okay, I think besides maybe miscounting for Goldberry at the beginning, the win. You know, we got her 3 in a row. I must have screwed something up somewhere. You know what? I'm still gonna count it as a win. We'll keep on playing, but awesome, sweet. For 6 done. That was a very tough one, a bit of a weird setup for sure, but we got there. I also hope I didn't screw up with. I didn't flip this over with playing the rings, but I think I was playing that pretty correctly. Guess you know, someone can yell at me if I played something wrong. Won't be offended. Want to make sure I'm playing this right. Okay, I'm curious what lies ahead. Playlist already started. Cool. I'm liking this playlist. It's good vibes. I just hope it doesn't get me in trouble. I don't think it will. Surely not. Maybe that's just copium here. Okay. That was chapter 6. On to chapter 7. Above the arch, there was a lamp, and beneath it swung a large signboard. A fat white pony reared up on its hind legs. Over the door was painted in white letters, "The Prancing Pony" by Barleyman Butterbur. Many of the lower windows showed lights behind thick curtains. Chapter 7, At the Sign of the Prancing Pony. So Frodo is no longer in this chapter. Isn't that crazy? Instead, we have a new character, Mr. Underhill. I think Tom Bombadil and Goldberry are gone now, probably for good. But instead we have Barleyman Butterbur and either Sam or Mary. I like Sam. He's got a fun task to do, so we'll bring Sam back. Mr. Underhill. Okay. No complicated setup this time. Well, maybe. I don't know. Let me go ahead and deal a threat card for Sam. So he needs to win the 2 of Hill cards. This is chapter 7. I want to make sure there's no crazy chapter specific setup here. It says Barrowman can win. Okay, what's Barrowman's goal? Is to win at least one of the last 3 tricks. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Can win other tricks, but must win one of the last 3 tricks to accomplish this goal. Mr. Underhill, their goal is win 1 or more tricks, and each one trick must contain 1 or more ring cards. Oh, interesting. And then they lead the first trick. Win 1 or more tricks, and each trick 1 must contain 1 or more ring cards. Okay, that's pretty tricky. Mr. Underhill is not considered Frodo for the purposes of any other card, so Sam cannot exchange with him. Any player who chooses Mr. Underhill, any player can choose Mr. Underhill, not just the player dealt the 1 ring. If Mr. Underhill does have the 1 ring, one of the rings, he can exchange it. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, this one's a little bit different. I guess Mr. Underhill does not get the 1 ring. It could go to anybody. So yeah, just as a reiterate, Mr. Underhill's goal is to win 1 or more tricks, and each trick that Mr. Underhill wins must contain 1 or more ring cards. Barleyman Butterbur The forgetful. Yeah, you forgot some important stuff, like to mail the letter from Gandalf. Like, you idiot. He's got a business to run, you know what? I can't blame him too much. He needs to win at least one of the last 3 tricks. Sam needs to win the 2 of Hill cards, and Pippin just needs to win the fewest. Ideally none. That'll make my life easy. Mr. Underhill will start the first trick. Faraway Man can exchange with any characters. Sam can exchange with Pippin. Pippin can exchange with Sam. You know, Frodo is an option for both of those, but Frodo isn't here anymore. We got Mr. Underhill.
Desire power.
So first, let me deal the Lost card, which is the 2 of Mountains. Now we deal out 4 cards to everybody. This seems I think I mentioned this earlier. I've only played the solo so far. I mean, this is a pretty new game. I've only gotten it like maybe a little over a month ago. I'm excited to try it with other people because this, you know, I've been pleasantly surprised by the solo mode so far, and I think this would be fun with other people. But you know, haven't gotten to that point yet. Pretty much every game night so far that I've been to in the last few months was Run Along Bonanza. That's one I've been bringing a lot with me, and that's really fun. But also, I think a good amount of friends, I don't know if they're like super into Lord of the Rings or have read it or seen it. Which, I mean, I think you can easily play this without being a fan, but obviously if you're familiar and a fan of the series, it helps. I've only, you know, so far read and watched The Hobbit in the first movie, but I'm definitely becoming a fan, and I'm definitely gonna read and watch the next movies here, hopefully in the near future, because I want to know what happens. And like I said, I'm surprised and kind of happy that I haven't really been spoiled on much so far. So I have basically no idea what is to come in the next books. Okay, so which setup do I want to do? We can exchange. You can exchange with any character. So I kind of want to give Mr. Underhill one of the rings. That seems like a wise decision. This seems good. This seems good. Hello there, Real. You're doing well. I have a question. Saruman... Oh boy, here we go. Saruman would be blamed for having spoken to Sauron. I don't know the context for what you mean there. If this has anything to do outside of the first book or movie, I don't know anything. I hope you didn't just spoil something for me. Denethor? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Or maybe I should. But if they're not in the first book, I don't know. That name doesn't sound familiar unless I've completely missed something or I've forgotten about someone or something. But yeah, I hope you're doing it. This game is really fun. And asking me, I was going on a little rant earlier about, and I think I ran about this before, but like it drives me crazy that Saruman, they sound so similar. They sound so dang similar. I always get them confused in my head, but Sauron's the big bad. Saruman the white, the wizard. I will know what time. Oh boy. Okay. I'll try not to read too deeply into that then, because yeah, I plan on, you know, reading the books and watching the movies here in the near future, but I don't know much. But okay, at the sign of the Prancing Pony, Mr. Underhill gets to lead the first trick. Okay, I see a good move here, so I'm gonna start by leading with 5 of shadows, then 4 of shadows. And 3 of shadows. I need to also be careful of the 2 of hills because Sam needs to win that. But Pippin can throw this off since he doesn't have shadows. Rings have been activated, and boom. Mr. Underhill wins that trick with a ring. So that's technically his task is complete. He just needed to win at least one trick, but also I have to make sure each trick Mr. Underhill wins. Ooh, and he gets the one ring. Oh, great. Each trick Mr. Underhill wins needs to have a ring in it. But now I can lead with rings. So I almost want to, just cuz, but he needs to win one of the last 3 tricks. He needs to win the 2 hills. The hills aren't out yet, and that's also not great because he has the 1 of hills. So I might just... I can lead with rings now, so I might as well do that. Have Sam... Honestly, Sam should get rid of that 1, because it's not going to help him win the 2. Have Pippin get rid of the 4. Mr. Underhill wins that one as well. I guess I don't need to keep track of the rings that they win, because as long as the tricks they have, they do win. If rings in them, that's what counts. Okay, there's still no 2 of hills out yet. Can't lead with 7 because I would win that, and then no rings would be there. Let's see. I kind of want to... Okay, we can play a mountain. I want to leave Barleyman with their 8 of mountain, ideally for one of the last 3 tricks, because that's pretty much just gonna win. So, I guess either if I play the... we do want to play the 7. I guess it doesn't really matter, but then that means Pippin can get rid of their 6, and then it's just... We don't have to worry about Pippin accidentally winning any. That'll be a whole thing to worry about. Where's the... Oh god, now he has the 8 of shadows. Come on, Pip. I play Forest. They're gonna win regardless. That's fine. Fine. I'm gonna tell myself that's okay. So we're gonna play 8 of shadows there. 4 and 5. They're gonna win that. Fine. It doesn't really matter. Where's this 2 of hills? Is making me a little nervous. He's got a 5 ring too, so that's like a guaranteed win as well. Oh boy, we got some dialogue going on. Oh boy. What? Sam, who just won that? That was Sam, I believe. Or was it, who just won that? Whoever played the 5. I think that was Barleyman. Who just won that? Was it Sam or Barleyman? I think it was Sam. I'm such an idiot. I was zoned out for a second worrying about something else. This also happened a few times when I was like playing on like solo, like this last week. I'd be like done with a trick, like check my phone or something. I go back and I'm like, I almost want to get a separate marker for like who's leading. That might not be a bad idea because sometimes I like zone out for a second or I'm doing something else and then it's like, who just won that? I was also, when I was playing before, like trying to keep the cards in order, so I knew like who played what, which these are not in order because I know Pippin played that. It was whoever played the 5. Anybody in chat does anybody know who just won? I guess I could maybe go chat back and check the VOD real fast. I feel like an idiot, but I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, now YouTube's like, I gotta verify who I am. All right, I'll check this real fast. Oh my gosh, I gotta do 2-step verification even though I'm already logged in. Okay, I'll check real fast because I want to make sure I play this right. Come on, 2-step verification. All right, boom, boom. Who played what? Who played what? Who had the 5? It was Barleyman. It was Barleyman. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. Okay, well now I know. So Barleyman leads this next trick. Okay. I could lead with the 5 and then have Mr. Underhill win this if I wanted to. Why not? Why not? Let's have Mr. Underhill win this. So lead with the 5. He has a 6. That's good. That's good. We'll get rid of the 2. Just why not? Pippin, get rid of any card that's not a 1. And then we'll have Mr. Underhill follow and activate the One Ring's power to win this. Or okay, I was like, where's the 2? Okay. Oof. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue because Mr. Underhill leads. If I lead with a hill, ironically, if I lead with a hill with Mr. Underhill, Pippin just got an 8. Like, he can win at least 1. That's not the end of the world, but we need Sam to win this. Also, Barleyman needs to win one of the last few tricks. If I lead with a 7, I'd win again. If I lead with a 6, Sam could win, but then I wouldn't be able to play. Ooh, this is a tough one. If I lead with the 2, that would be bad news. Pippin's gonna win it regardless of whatever I do. Okay, let me think about this for a second, because I think this is winnable. I just have to make sure Barleyman wins one of the, not this trick, but any other trick after this. Sam needs to get the 2 of hills. Pippin shouldn't really win any. He can win at least 1. But I guess if he can win at least 1. Yes, I guess if I accept the fact that Pippin can win at least 1, I think I can pull this off by doing, because I can lead with 7, they win the hills. They only have a 2, they lead with mountains. No, that wouldn't work either. They lead with, because they have a mountain. Shoot. Why did I think that would work? They lead with mountains. I could play the 2 is what I was thinking, but then they have a mountain as well, so that just doesn't work at all. It just straight up doesn't work. Hold on, I'm sure I can win this. I just need to think about it. Okay, Mr. Underhill's leading. If I lead with a 6, if I lead with Forest, Barleyman would win, and he needs to win one of the last 3. We're in the last 4, so that's not really gonna help my situation right now. So what can Sam win with? Mountains or forests? That the 8 is there, and that's such an that's a tough one to beat. That's a tough one.
It's done. Yes, Mr. Frodo. It's over now.
Bro, did I just get spoiled by that voice line? I don't know. I hope not. I'm gonna not think too much about whatever that was. I know there's got to be a way to do this. This is an interesting end here. I shouldn't have waited so long to do Sam's, but the 2 didn't come out till just now. He has to win one of the last 3. If I lead with the 2, Pippin would win it. It's over. If I lead with the 7, Underhill would win it, and we haven't gotten anywhere. So I think I have to lead with the 6, but then Barleyman would win that. Okay, if they're leading now, they could play the 8, win it, but then what? If they lead with the 5, okay, well, no, that's not good either. Okay, I need to do something. So I'm just gonna play. I think my best shot is leading with the 6 and going from there. So we play the 6, the 8. Sam can play the 2, and then I have to follow suit with a 1. Okay, Barleyman wins that. Great. They're leading the next trick. I need to win one of the last three, so let's just go ahead and do that now. But I don't know if this is going to work out in my favor or not. So we do that. We do that. Barleyman's winning this, so let's get rid of the 7. I guess, whatever. Barleyman wins that. Just put that there, because they just won that. Their mission's complete. They're leading the next trick. If I lead with hills, that's bad. I think this works. Can we... I think we got this. I think this is it. Right? So I lead with that. Sam plays the forest. Pippin doesn't work because I have to follow suit with stupid shadows. Oh, it's over. It's over. I follow suit because I was hoping to throw off the 8. Work. It's not going to work. Mr. Underhill wins this. And then I lead with the last card, which is a 2. Boom, boom, boom. Pippin wins that, which not only is that bad, but he wins the 2, which Sam needed to win, and then that's a loss. So okay, this is a tricky one. I like this one though. We're gonna give it another go for sure, for sure. I think it's just so unfortunate that we didn't see the card that Sam needed until basically the very end, when I was also trying to get Barleymen their cards or their win. Well, also, yeah, I don't know. I also think I maybe messed up because I think I inadvertently messed up Mr. Underhill's goal as well, because they can only win if there's a ring involved. And I think there was definitely towards the end a trick or two that they won that did not have a ring in it. So I think I would have lost anyway because I wasn't fully paying attention there. Maybe I need to keep a little bit better eye on that this round. Mr. Underhill can only win... So it has to win 1 or more tricks, and then they can only win tricks that have a ring in it. Mr. Barleyman needs to win one of the last 3 tricks. And then, yeah, Sam needs the 1 of hills, and Pippin needs the fewest tricks 1. That was close, but like I said, I think even if I did pull that off, I think I accidentally messed up Mr. Underhill's quests. All right, the lost card is the 5 of shadows. Okay, Mr. Underhill gets the 1 ring. That's good. You love to see that. I don't have to do any crazy exchanges. Be good to see this 1 hill card right off the bat, but we unfortunately don't. Boy, oh boy, does Pippin have some high cards here. Maybe we have Pippin and Sam exchange, because yeah, they can exchange with each other. I mean, Barleyman can also exchange with anybody. So maybe actually they should exchange. I'm gonna have them swap. Have Barleyman hold on to that. I feel like Barleyman should have at least a single 8 that they hold on to till the very end. Okay. Well, maybe I shouldn't do that. Because that's pointless. That's pointless. Because Mr. Underhill here is throwing a wrench in our plans, because if I lead with the 7 of hills, I'm guaranteed to win, and that would be bad because there wouldn't be any rings involved, so I'd immediately lose his goal. If I were to lead with a 5, then that's just, yeah. Then Pippin would win. Well, where do I have that? What was the issue there? Hold on. If I had, he had the 1, he had the 8. Oh yeah, 'cause, that still might not be bad to do. But in that case, I might exchange with Sam. The 8, whoever wins the okay, still. We'll go with this. I'm gonna stick with it. It just isn't. I'm not gonna be able to hold on to that 8 because I have to lead here with a mountain. Because if I lead with a hill, I would win, and then a hill would cause Mr. Underhill to lose his desk. So okay, boom, boom. Sam is waiting for the 1 hill card. Let's just get rid of, I don't know, the 1 shadow. And then Pippin has to play a mountain. Boom. Barleyman wins that. Next few. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Barleyman just got an 8. Great, that kind of solves that problem. I can't lead with hills because Mr. Underhill would win that. I can't lead with shadows because Mr. Underhill will win that. But if I lead with forest, then there goes my other 8. Mr. Underhill's really throwing a wrench in these plans here. This is annoying. But he doesn't have, okay, let me do this. So if I play that, I have to, because that's the only choice I have. Boom, boom, boom. I could either throw off suits, or I could throw the 1 ring and then have that going. But I might want to save that. So instead, I will throw, like, if anything, I'll throw the 7. Barleyman wins that. Still haven't seen the 1 hill yet. A little concerning. Barleyman. Oh, this is bad. I think I just lost. Because I can only lead with hills or shadows. There's no other rings out, and if I play either, we'll just go ahead and do it, but I lost. Boom, boom. Boom. Mr. Underhill has to play that. He wins that. There are no rings involved, so he immediately loses his task, and that's a loss. Unfortunate. That was a quicker one. This is a tough chapter, I will say. This is only chapter 7. There's 18 chapters. We're like a little over a third of the way through. I'm liking this one though. This one's very challenging. I mean, last round we were really close, but like I said, I think I wasn't paying as much of attention for Mr. Underhill's tasks. This one wasn't as close, but I'm gonna chalk that up to some bad luck. Sam gets the 4 threat card, so he needs to win the 4 of hills. Shall deal again and go again. I'm doing pretty good on time. No, we'll keep playing for a while. I'm having fun. I think this game's really cool. I at least want to beat this chapter. Let's see. I mean, part 1 is up till chapter 9. I'm gonna at least try to get through part 1. That would be at least my goal for today, but we'll see. I mean, I might get stuck on this chapter. I was stuck on chapter 5 for a while. Chapter 6, I got that on my first try, so that's pretty good. But we shall see. We shall see. Okay. So the card, the lost card is the 5 of forests. Again, the 4 of hills is what I'm looking for Sam. He starts with the 3 of hills. Okay, that's not going to really help you much there, bud. Whatever. Okay. Pippin can exchange with Sam. Pippin's got the 5 of rings and the 8 of shadows. That's tough. Barleyman has the 2 of rings. I kind of want to have, because Barleyman can trade with anybody. He's basically right now the only one that can trade with Mr. Underhill. So I kind of want to have him take the... We're going to do this exchange. I think this will be good. Take the 2 of rings. And I'm going to take the 8 of hills and try to hold on to that till the end. Don't know if that will work out. Last game, that didn't work out like at all. It didn't even make it past the first round. But it was okay. All right. This is already bad. Wait, I might need to undo this already. I'm just looking, right? So Mr. Underhill leads. If I lead with a 7, Pippin wins.
There's
Isn't
always been a Baggins
not the worst, but it's not ideal.
under the hill.
I'm gonna undo this. This is rough.
Baggin.
Um, have them exchange maybe. That still doesn't know. He needs to keep the 5 ring. Oh boy. Okay. I think this is an okay spot. Because now, because if I, yeah, Mr. Underhill led with any of the forest, he would win, not get a ring in return. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Hold on. I'm undoing everything I just did. Back it all up. Oh wait, no, that's why. No, I'm not dumb. We're gonna stick with that. Is that what I had? Did I just? I might have to redeal. I think I accidentally just cheated. I didn't mean to. I swear, I thought Pippin had both the 8 and the 5. Did I just accidentally cheat? I need to go. This is the second time. I'm going to go back in the VOD real fast. What was the original hand I just dealt out? At the 5. Yeah, he had the 8 and the 5. How did I mess this up? Okay, hold on. He had the 5. He had the 8, the 5, and the 1. He had the 2. Okay, this was the original hand. Then I am an idiot. Because even if I led with Forest, he could throw the ring, and then that would be a way to get a ring for him, and that's fine. So that's totally okay. So I think my original plan of boom, boom, right? Because he had the 7-3, 8-7. He had the 2. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this was the original hands. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna play this, and this is gonna be great. Here we go. Lead with the 3. Barleyman. Get rid of your 4. Sam has to follow suit. Pippin doesn't, but then can throw a ring, which A, will activate the ring, and B, allows Underhill to win that and not completely lose the game on the first trick, which is always a good thing. Okay, Mr. Underhill starts again. And I think I'm in like a similar situation now. I could lead with the ring, and then Sam could just win that. That's not ideal. If I play the 7, Pippin would win. If I play any of my forest cards, I would win, and I would not get a ring in return. The forest cards are out. Shadow cards would allow Pippin to win one. I think we're just gonna have to let Pippin win one. I can't keep working around this. This is gonna kill this run. So we'll do that. Get rid of the 1, I guess. And Pippin's going to win that, so I'm gonna just put that there to mark that Pippin won that one. Okay. Oh boy. This is stressful. This is a tough chapter. Like I said, this is only chapter 7 out of 18, so it's only gonna get, I imagine, tougher from here. So I'm pleasantly surprised with the amount of strategy in this. Okay. What can I do now? I can lead with hills. Barley Butterbur would win. Or I can lead with mountains and Sam would win. Sam needs the 4. If I lead with hills, Sam has the 4. So we need to kind of get rid of the hill cards. Or that's gonna be, oh, this is tough. For Sam to win, he has the 4. He's gonna basically have to hold on to that 4 till the end. Oh gosh, that's tough. If it would have been way better if anybody else had that. Pippin's leading. I need to keep remembering. I need something to mark this, or else I'm gonna forget. Hold on. Grab some little. Maybe I get a bag of coins. I'm gonna grab a coin because I'm gonna keep forgetting if I keep doing 1. I'm gonna put a 1 coin on whoever's just so I can strategize. Okay, they're playing because if I lead with the 5, Buttermurder's gonna win that. He's gonna have to play like the 3 or whatever. Everybody can follow suit. He plays the 5, whatever. The issue is, yeah, if I have him hold on to his 8 to one of the last 3 tricks, now that he has the 4, for him to win the 4, he's going to have to play the 4 and lead with it. And that means the 8 is gonna have to be gotten rid of. So he needs to probably hold on to both of these. This is tough but fun. I like this. Okay, so I think ideally I just need to not lead with hills for a while and then try to get rid of both of those hill cards, and I think that's pretty doable. I'm gonna lead with the 5. Mr. Underhill needs to get rid of any of his high cards. This is ridiculous. Boom. He needs to get rid of his 6. Mountains, I have to follow suit with the 8. Sam wins that. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So Sam's leading. Ringus have already been activated. My options are I could lead with hills, which I just said I know I need to not do. But if I lead with mountains, then either Pippin wins again, which is already going to be bad, or freaking Mr. Underhill wins. I was going to call him Frodo. That's not who that is. That's Mr. Underhill. He would win that, and then there would be no rings involved, and that would immediately make him fail his task. So leading with rings would mean he wins, and then there's just less rings in circulation, but that's the one that doesn't like immediately fail us. I mean, I guess playing the 3 of hills isn't gonna immediately fail us either, so I'm gonna do that. The 3 of hills. I just gotta be careful about playing these and make sure I don't accidentally play the 4. I know I'm not gonna win this right now. Okay, so Barleyman won that one. Move my little token there. What do we get next? This is a fun chapter. I'm liking this one. Of course, Pippin gets a freaking ring. Okay, so Shadows is good to play right now. I can play Shadows and win. I don't want to lead with hills because then, well, wait, this is perfect. This is a perfect situation because I actually can and should lead with hills because I lead with hills. Boom, boom. Pippin can get rid of his 6. Not Frodo. Mr. Underhill could do whatever. We're gonna have him lead with that. Sam wins that. He gets his 4. That's a task complete. Mr. Underhill won any tricks yet? I don't think so. I don't know. He needs to try to at least win one more. Sam won that one. We're down to the end of the deck. Oh boy, Sam has 2 rings in his hand. He can lead with the 1. I'm gonna lead with the 1. No, that's bad. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. I mean, either I lead with the 1 ring, I don't think Mr. Underhill has won any yet because he had the 5. I don't think Mr. Underhill won that trick, and if he did, I didn't mark it, and that's on me. So I'm just gonna assume he didn't. Play lead with the 1. Pippin would win that, and that's just bad. Play lead with the 4. If I lead with the 1, Pippin would win that. If I lead with the 4, you would win that, but then Mr. Underhill would also lose his. We need to get Pippin's ring away from him. What we need to do. But also, Barleyman needs to win his at some point. So I'm gonna play the 7. He's gonna follow suit with the 2. Underhill has to follow suit with that. Barleyman can play whatever. I think it really matters. Maybe it does. Okay, Sam stays winning here. This is tough. Because if I lead with the 4, then we'll have to follow. This is really tough. I mean, I think I just basically have to play the 3. Then I'm still going to be winning, right? Because this isn't the 1 ring, so that's... Get rid of the 6 or the 2, I guess? I don't know. And at this point, also, Barleyman can't win, right? He needs to win at some point. Oh, this is such a bad situation. I think I've lost. I think if I knew if Mr. Underhill had won a trick already, I'd be okay. But the fact that I didn't mark it, I'm going to assume he didn't. I have to play one of the rings. That's my only choice. If I play this and win, Mr. Underhill loses his 1 ring. Barleyman still needs to win. Yeah, this is just cooked. This is just cooked. I'll still play it through. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Sam wins that, whatever. And then Sam's gonna win this last one. Because that's 2 tasks failed. Mr. Underhill didn't do his. Barleyman didn't do his. Frick. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. We'll run it back. This is a, like I said, this is a tough one, but very fun. Very, very fun.
Do not come between the Nazgul and his prey.
Saying do not come between the Nazgul and something else. Okay. Doing good, doing good. All right, I'm gonna take a real quick, like 2-3 minute break. Feel free to take a break at yourself if you're sitting, stretch your legs, stuff like that. Grab some water. Yeah, I'll be back in like 3 or so minutes.
Nine rings were gifted to the race of men, who above all else desire power.
1 second. We'll hop right back into this. Okay. Just checking my phone. Okay. Boom. Welcome back. Let's get back into this, shall we? I'm determined to beat this chapter. Like I said, I want to at least try to beat this chapter and the next two. If I can at least beat the first part, that'd be pretty cool. And like I said, I got time, so I'm at least gonna stream for probably another hour. Got time today. I can squeeze it in my schedule to play a little bit of this. It's a fun one though. I definitely enjoy it. Liking this music too. This is good playlist, good playlist. Well, I'll note again, you know, if you like this music, this is a Lord of the Rings lo-fi playlist. I have it linked in the description if you want to check it out. It's made by Hill Astronaut, I think was the channel name, and I think it features mostly songs from them, but also other artists. So yeah, I remember getting this recommended for me at one point on YouTube, and I was like, okay, this is pretty good. Like a good lo-fi playlist, and especially a themed one, I'm all for. So let's go ahead and get started here. Let's hope for maybe some better cards to get dealt. I don't know. I only blame the cards so much, but okay, at least Sam gets a decent Hills card, and we also see the Hills card he needs right off the rip. So that's maybe a good sign. Okay. Now I gotta do someone's setup. Okay. He can exchange with any character. I almost want to switch with Mr. Underhill, maybe. Pippin has a 3 ring, which is a little unfortunate. And a 7 and an 8. Well, I would love to give the 1 ring to Mr. Underhill. I think it's way better to give the 8 Hill card to Sam than have like one of them win, so we can lead with Hills next and then just get that knocked out right off the rip, and then just have to deal with basically these Mr. Underhill and Barleyman's quests the rest of the time. I think that's the move. We're gonna go with that. So I'm gonna swap the 5 with the 8 and go from there. So I don't want to lead with mountains. Ooh, but I could lead with shadows. That's pretty good. We'll do that. So lead with shadows. Barleyman plays the 1 ring, doesn't activate its ability. Plays that. And then also plays the ring, doesn't activate its ability. Let me mark this down because I don't know if I maybe messed this up last time. Mr. Underhill's 1-1. Gets to lead again. It's 1-1 that had rings in it. That's like the crucial part of that. Can someone please take the lead from me? That's not Pippin. Yes. If I lead mountains now, maybe it was like this before and I was just dumb, but now Sam can win. And then lead with Hills. Get his 3 Hill card. And then also the 8 will be out, so if Barleyman holds onto the 7 till the end-ish, we'll be good there. Okay, I think that's we got a path to victory. We'll play the 5. I guess I don't even need to do any of that, do I? Okay, no. Yeah, no, because he could just play the 3 now, right? Why not? He plays the 6. Pippin plays the 1. And yeah, Sam wins that. Gets his 3. means he completes his task as well. That's 2 tasks right off the rip. This is already looking to be better than last few games. He's leading now. We honestly don't want Mr. Underhill to win anymore if necessary, if possible. I can either win with Hills and win that. I think I will do that just to get the 8 out of play. So then he can hold on to his 7 and be content with that. Okay, then he follows that. So he stays winning. Sam stays winning. So now I think I don't want to play the 1 hill or the 6 of hills. If I lead with the 7, Barleyman's going to win that, which isn't bad. So we'll go ahead and do that. Like you can win. That's fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of Pippin's 7 of mountains. Have to follow suit with the shadows. Barleyman's going to win this with their 8, and that's totally chill. Also, rings have been played, so the rings can be led if we wanted to. We don't want to, because Pippin would win that if we do that, but it is an option. I think we want to lead with forests right now. That seems like the move, so we'll go with that. Sam should just try to get rid of their hills. Honestly, Pippin should get rid of their ring as well. We don't need to save it, I don't think. I have to follow suit, so Barleyman stays winning. I'm just thinking about how this is going to play out here. Okay, this is fine. This is actually good. So Barleyman plays that. 3 of shadows. Sam plays 6 of shadows. Pippin has to follow suit with 2 of shadows. Underhill can play whatever. I want to get rid of that 8 of mountains. That's scaring me. So Sam wins that one. Boom. Deck is empty, so we're in the last 3 tricks. One of these Barleyman needs to win, and we can easily do that by having Sam lead with the 1 of hills. Pippin plays 4. It doesn't matter what Mr. Underhill does at this point. They can play their 4 of mountains. Barleyman wins that with the 7 of hills. This is one of the last 3 tricks, so that's he completes on their mission. Barleyman leads with the 4 of ring. Sam plays whatever. Just genuinely doesn't matter, I don't think, at this point. Pippin plays that. Underhill has to follow with the ring, and Barleyman wins that. And then lastly, Barleyman plays that, and boom, 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 boom. Barleyman wins. Pippin didn't get any wins, so that's a win, and that's a win, and that's a win for this chapter. Nice. Okay. That was, like I said, that was a fun chapter. Maybe my favorite so far. I don't know, because I'd say the last chapter was maybe my least favorite just because it had all like the weird setup. That was a little confusing. This one might be one of my favorites. I don't know. I like that it's a little bit different, that, you know, Frodo doesn't start with the 1 ring. And it's an interesting challenge trying to get Barleyman to win the one of the last 3 tricks with everything else going on. So that's a fun one. I like that one. I assume Barleyman's going away. As we move into chapter 8. Soon there could be no doubt. 3 or 4 tall black figures were standing there on the slope, looking down at them. So black were they that they seemed like black holes in the deep shade behind them. Frodo thought he had heard a faint hiss as of a venomous breath and felt a thin, piercing chill. Chapter 8, A Knife in the Dark. So Mr. Underhill is also gone now, but we have a returning favorite, Frodo. Merry has to be in this one. He's one of the required characters, along with a new character, Strider, the Ranger, known by many names. Oh, Barleyman can be in this one. He's an optional character. I'm gonna keep Pippin as my optional character because we have to have these 3 in this scene. So I like Pippin's goal. It's pretty chill, pretty easy. Okay, we got new stuff going on here. There's like 2. What are these? Okay, so we still have 1 through 4 of Black Riders, but we have these 2 new cards. So let me make sure there's no difference for the solo setup first. Chapter 8. There's might be something to do. Okay, Strider's goal says win more or fewer tricks than the value of the threat card drawn during setup. His setup says draw a threat card, then choose either more or fewer, and kind of go from there. There's 2 extra cards that called the Morgul Knife and the Black Breath. And it says for this setup, give the Witch King Morgul Knife Frodo, and give the Black Breath card to Merry. Okay. Then we shuffle the threat cards for Strider. Draw 1. I draw 2. So my choices for Strider's goal, I need to either choose more or fewer. So he either needs to try to win more than 2 tricks or fewer than 2 tricks. I'm gonna go with more. I think that's the way to go here. The Strider needs to win more than 2 tricks. Where's my little starting marker? We'll put this on Frodo. Before I need to shuffle this up, now that we have actually Frodo back, no more Mr. Underhill, I can grab the 1 ring, give that to him to start. And we gotta shuffle these up and we'll deal it out. So there's 2 extra cards. I assume these are just cards that stay in play, that can't be played or whatever. Frodo has the Witch King Morgul Knife, which says you cannot lead with the ring cards. If you are forced to lead with a ring card, you lose the round. And then Merry has the Black Breath card, which says that they cannot win any rank 8 cards. Those are 2 extra little challenges I guess we got going on. And then Frodo still has his goal of winning 4 or more ring cards. Merry needs to win 1 or 2 tricks and not win any rank 8 cards. Strider needs to win more than 2 tricks, and then Pippin needs to win the fewest tricks. So that's what we got going on this game. This seems like a fun one. Our out of play card is the 3 of rings. Oh yeah, hate to see it. Okay, so I'm gonna I think this will work best since these aren't actual cards in hand, just to slide these under the character. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do, but that kind of works well. So I just need to see what the abilities are on that. And we shall keep on keeping on. So here is Frodo's. And then we got Merry's. Ryder, who needs to win at least 3 tricks. And then Pippin, who's, of course, the one that needs to try to win the fewest. Ideally, none. That'd make my life a little bit easier. And they start with an 8 and a 7 and a 2 of rings. Great. Okay. So we can do one exchange. Either Strider can exchange with Frodo, Merry can exchange with Pippin or Frodo. Pippin can exchange with Merry or Frodo. Let me figure out what I want to do. Let me think, what is Frodo going to lead with first round? That's kind of what... What I might do is we don't have to worry about hill cards because Sam is out. I might give the... I don't know. I can't lead with rings with at least Frodo. That's something I got to worry about. Strider needs to win a lot, but I think he'll be okay. I can manage more than 2 wins. Mirror needs to win at least 1 trick, and it can't be any 8 cards. I almost want to give the ring to Mary, but I don't know if that's worth it. Because then I could play that. That's maybe not worth it. So, okay, let me think about this. Frodo can start off by playing the 8 of Shadows. Boom. Get a 4 ring from Strider. And that's a good start. Mary needs to win 1 at some point. You can Strider can exchange with just Frodo. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I give the 8 of Shadows to Strider. Lead with the 1 of Mountains. Oh, this is good. Okay. Give the 8 of Shadows to Strider. Strider gives the ring to Frodo, the 4. Okay. Why that? Lonely Mountain. Okay, so Frodo starts. He cannot lead with rings. Mary needs to win 1 or 2 tricks. No rank 8. I think this is definitely doable because I can start out with 1. Mary plays his 5. Strider plays the 2. Tua. And Pippin gets rid of his 8. This will mean Mary wins 1. Oh wait, don't get rid of the 8. That's the one thing Mary cannot win is the 8. We'll get rid of the 7 instead. Okay. I just want to get rid of a high card, but clearly I wasn't paying attention. So Mary has won at least 1 trick. So that's a mission complete for them. Okay. And like the one thing I have to worry about for Mary, I almost did. Glad I caught myself at least. Okay. Now I want to try to get Strider to win. If we lead with Shadows, we could do that. I try to want to get maybe his just couple wins out of the way. We can do 2 right now. And that would be good. No one has played a ring yet, so rings have not been activated. Okay. We'll have Mary lead with that, so Strider can win this. Get Pippin, get rid of his shadow cards. Frodo is going to lose this, so doesn't want to give up any rings, especially because 1 is out. He needs to win all of them. He has to. So I'm going to get rid of Forest card. I don't think it really matters. Strider wins that one. Boom. Don't know ring cards have been played. Mary gets the 5 ring. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and get this out of the way and have Strider play his 8. Pippin has to follow suit. Frodo can play, I guess, the 5. Can't play the ring, so I'm just gonna get rid of my other 5. Okay, Strider wins that, so he's at least won 2. He needs to win 1 more at some point. It's not like that one character earlier that had to win them in a row. It's not the case here, but I'm just trying to get him out of the way if I could, and I can, which is good. So I guess I will. Let's get Strider's mission taken care of. Mountain. Pippin can get rid of his 8 as well, so that's like a win-win. Get rid of your 4. Mary needs to try not to win more, so get rid of the 7. Mountain was the only one that was played, so that's 3. So Strider has done their task. They stay in the lead for now. Now we just need to work on Frodo getting all the rings, which I think we can do pretty easily. Famous last words. Excuse me. I mean, I could lead with anything. But I'm going to lead with shadows. But then, boom, shadows. Frodo will play the 1 ring and activate it. And then Merry plays that. So Frodo wins that round. Gets 2 of his 4 rings. Have we already seen the 8 of Hills? We did. We got rid of that earlier. So that's good. I can't lead. Ooh, this is tough. How am I gonna win? Oh no, I can't lead with a ring card, but if I have a ring card, how else am I supposed to win it? I think I'm screwed. I think this card being out here has screwed me over because I have a 4 of rings. How am I supposed to win that? How's Frodo supposed to win that if it's in their hand? It's just not possible because I also have the card. I cannot lead with the ring cards, and if I'm forced to, I lose the round. So I think I'd lose the round at this point. I can kind of play it out, but this is a loss. And not like the meme, this is a loss. Like this is just a loss of a round. Because I play that. Strider can get rid of whatever. Boom, Pippin plays that. Frodo wins that hand. Now what, right? Now what? I can play this. That card, the ring being the lost card has just, I think, completely screwed me here this game, which is very unfortunate. So, I mean, Frodo wins this. That's his 3rd ring. But you see the conundrum, right? Like, how am I supposed to win the card if I can't lead with it? And I'm the one that has it. And the answer is you just can't. It's just not possible. Oh, yeah, that's a loss. I'm just go ahead and do it. I can't. It's a loss. It's a loss. Boom, boom. Pippin wins that one, which he shouldn't be winning any. And then boom, 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 boom. Merry wins that one that had a ring in it, and Frodo loses. Either way, Frodo was not going to win that one. Frodo let the group down, dang it, but I blame the lost card. That was just unfortunate dealings there. We shall give that one another go. Okay, so Frodo stays with that, gets the 1 ring. Shuffle these back. Merry has that whatever breath card, the black breath. These back in. 3 ring back in. Yeah.
There always will be.
Okay, let's see what threat card I get. 2 again. We'll go with more. I like the idea of doing more. I need to get more than 2 wins with Strider. I feel like that wasn't too difficult last time. I like the little, like, I don't know how loud the music is. I don't know if you can hear, but like, there's like some like sound effects in the background of the music, like birds chirping and stuff like that. Adds to the ambiance for sure, Okay, I mean that was a good attempt. It was just I didn't realize that. As soon as I saw Frodo had that 4 card, I should have made the connection that I just couldn't win it. Because if I can't lead with a 4 and I need to win that, then that's just a very unfortunate draw. I can't like win it on an offsuit or something like that, right? Like it's just it's sunk.
Welcome to Rivendell.
Welcome to Rivendell. Good old Rivendell. Crazy placement. All right, let's hope there's not a ring card out. Okay, good. The lost card is a 7 of shadows. We need to also hope that Frodo doesn't get ring cards. He's the one person that actually... So, wait, did last game I give him a ring? Did I give him a ring card? I don't know. I don't think I did. But I shouldn't if that's an option. Frodo wees this. We did his setup. Setup is good here. Draw a threat card, and he needs to win more than that. Pippin doing Pippin things over here, needs to stay losing. We can do one exchange. Honestly, we got a pretty good start here. If I do say so myself. We got I kind of want to get rid of that 7 for Pippin. That's a little scary. Maybe we give Merry the 7 and give Pippin the 2 in return. Something like that. I feel like that's decent. Okay. We shall go with that. And I could just start by playing the hills and then get that over with. Get Mary's done and then Strider's done right off the rip. Kind of like the idea of that, so we'll go with that. So Mary wins that. Did not win any 8 cards. Has won 1 trick, so as long as they don't win more than 2, that'll be good. Just don't want to see more ring cards going to Frodo. Those, of course, Pippin gets the stupid 8. That ruins my whole plan. Because if I lead with mountains now, Pippin's gonna win instead of Strider. I mean, I can still lead with a forest card, I guess, and then that's something. I can lead with shadows. Okay, as long as no big shadow cards get dealt to Pippin, we'll be okay. So forest. Frodo can play whatever. Shadow. Strider wins that one. Slide that under there. Oh no, Frodo got a ring card. I think if he gets another one, like, we're sunk again. He can have a 1 since we don't have a lost card this time. But if that's just some unfortunate RNG that, like, if Frodo gets dealt ring cards, there's nothing you can do. Whatever. So it's Strider's lead again. That's unfortunate that Pippin did get a 5 shadow. He didn't have that last round, right? Whatever. I can still lead with a 6. 5. Here's a 2. The full suit. Strider wins that. It doesn't matter what cards they are. Okay, that's... Okay. Strider's second win, so they only need 1 more for their task. I should be able to do now with shadows. Yes. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen after. Whatever. We'll worry about that after, shall we? Okay, I'm going to do that. Pippin plays that. 1. I might have to... I can't play this card anyway, so I might as well get rid of it. Might as well. Shadow, I don't have any, so... we get rid of that. Gardner wins that. That's his 3rd. He just needed to win more than 2. So... that's a mission complete for Strider. Odds are so slim, and it happened. Frodo got another ring card. We're just gonna restart because at this point, it's impossible. right? Because even he can't lead with a ring if someone else leads with a ring. I shouldn't have got rid of that. I gotta restart anyway. I shouldn't have got rid of that because he can't lead with the ring, but he still could have followed suit if someone played a ring and won it. I'm such an idiot. We gotta restart. I'm restarting. I'm such an idiot. I should have thrown that ring because I didn't think about that. It's that I could still win rings without leading them. That's totally on me. That's totally on me. We're starting out here. Let's get a new threat card. Can we get something other than 2 for Strider? I want to probably try to win less, but I don't know. Okay, we got a 1. We're just gonna go more because that's easy then. He just needs to win just 2 tricks this time instead of 3. Okay, I want to grab the 1 ring out of there. Or I shuffle these up. Do we need to hope that a ring doesn't get thrown into the lost card? And yeah, I guess I was dropped a card. I was kind of an idiot for throwing that ring, Frodo, because I don't. Someone else, because it was a 4. Like that's not bad. Someone could have like led with the 3, forced everybody to play the rings, and as long as the 5 isn't out, he could have won with the 4, and then to win with the 1 when someone plays the 5. I did get dealt the 1. Yeah, that could have still worked out. I just wasn't thinking about it like that. Oops. We'll reshuffle and try again. I want to at least beat this chapter, and then maybe try the next one. We'll see. I can play another half hour, so we'll see how many more attempts I have at this. But this last one was tough. This one's tough. I mean, these are fun, but I'm worried. Like, I'm not even halfway through the game yet. Like, are they just gonna keep getting more and more tough? But also, I've been making stupid mistakes like that last game. Okay, I'm reshuffling. We can't. Having a ring out like that is just going to make this game so much more difficult. I don't care if that's cheat. It's not cheating. I'm just restarting. And to make it a fair restart, I will redeal Strider's threat card as well. Do a full reset here. It's 4. Okay, we're gonna go less than 4. This one more shuffle. Please don't be a ring card. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's hope Frodo doesn't get dealt a ring card. Good start. Good start. Good answer. Okay. 4 ring there. The Strider needs to win less than 4. I guess they also don't need to win any, right? Like they could win 0. That's less than 4. Right? Win more or fewer tricks than the value of the threat card drawn during setup. Let me make sure that chapter specific things don't specify. Strider can never win tricks exactly equal to his threat card. Yeah, those 2 extra cards are not shuffled into the threat deck. I figured that much. Okay. So let's retry this. We'll only do someone setup. What do we got going on? Might have Pippin and Merry exchange. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Pippin and Frodo, because I was gonna give Pippin or give Merry Pippin's 8, but that would be bad because then Merry can't win rank 8 cards. Maybe I'll do something like exchange with Frodo and give them the 4, because hill cards don't matter because Sam's not playing this round. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I think I see a good start too. So we can start with an 8 with Frodo. Merry doesn't have any shadows, so boom, ring card incoming. Strider gets rid of his 5, and Pippin doesn't have any, so boom, ring card incoming. Rings have been activated. Frodo gets 2 on his first turn. I mean, pretty good start. He can't lead with them. That's the one thing we got to remember. So. Don't get a ring. Okay. I want to see a ring for somebody else. No, okay, that's only the first deal. Mary still needs to win 1, but he has an 8, but he can't win with the 8. I gotta remember that. So I'm gonna actually play the 6 to get rid of his 8. We're not Mr. Underhill anymore also, so we can win tricks without winning rings. He doesn't have any Forest, so he could play that. Ryder can get rid of his 5. Pippin has to play 1, but that's totally chill. Okay, Frodo wins that one. Okay, Pippin got the 2 of rings, so that's good. So they can lead with that at some point. Frodo can play the 1, and then we're sitting good. Okay, what now though? We need Mary to win something at some point. I could have like Frodo play Hills, win, then play Forest, Strider wins, then Strider plays Hills, Mary wins. That's like two cards will be dealt in between them that could really throw off that whole plan. So I don't know if that's worth banking on. But I still think playing Hills first seems like a decent play. Just to get some of these high hill cards out of here. So Frodo stays winning, stays in the lead. He gets more hill cards. All right, great. There goes that whole plan. More ring cards have made an appearance now. Cool. I just need Mary to win 1. Like, ideally, I need to... What to do. Okay, I'm gonna play the 8 of mountains. Mary plays the 2. Strider plays the 3. Pippin falls with the 6. Frodo wins that, gets his 3rd ring. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Need Mary to win at some point, but he just doesn't have good cards. So I think the move is he'll try to do this. I feel like cards are going to get dealt to mess us up, and I'm going to lead with shadows to let Strider win 1. Strider's going to win this, so we don't want to get the ring to him. Strider wins. He just needs to win no more than 4. He's at his first win. Or at the end of the deck also, so that's good. No crazy hill cards. We're good. Okay, so that means I'm an idiot. Frodo has a 7. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. This does not work at all. I don't know what I was thinking. I must have had some plan, and I just wasn't thinking. How's Mary supposed to win? They can't even lead, and they can only win with mountains, but if no one else has mountain cards except Pippin, Pippin needs to win? Or I can have Strider's leading. Strider can win again. Strider can win 3, so that can have him lead with Shadow, and Pippin would win. That's what we actually want, because then Pippin can lead Mountain, Mary wins, and then we just need to get... And then Mary could lead Mountains, Pippin plays the ring, Frodo plays the ring. That would be good. I think that's the move, and I think we win that way. I'm just making sure I'm not going to make some huge mistake. I think we're okay. So 3. 6. So Pippin will win this. So I'm gonna get rid of my, well, get rid of my 3, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Follow suit. Pippin wins this. Gets 6. But then leads with the 1 mountain. Frodo plays the 4 forest. Merry wins with the 7, and Strider plays whatever. He does not play the 8. That would be the one thing to not play. Merry wins that. Gets their 1 win. They lead this time. And then I play 5. Yeah, then I put. Should I do this right? Yeah, this is good. This is good. Played the 8 of Forest for Strider. Pippin doesn't have a mountain, so can play a 2. Frodo doesn't have a mountain, so can play the 1. Didn't lead with 1. Activates the 1's ability. Boom. Gets 2 more rings. Gets all 5, actually. So that's a win on Frodo's part. Frodo now leads. And then can lead with the 7. And that's just boom, 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 boom. Strider had less than 4, mission complete. Both of them had 1 trick 1. So did Pippin, but Pippin can be tied for the fewest, so that's a win. And that's chapter 8 done. Oh my goodness, that was stressful. Okay, so we shall see what chapter 9 has entail. The final chapter of part 1. Let me reset this and we'll give it a go. I don't know if we'll beat it, hopefully. I mean, that's the goal, but last ones took a few attempts. But I definitely made some blunders along the way. Like they're definitely getting harder, but I'm also just making more mistakes along the way. Not maybe more, but just making my fair share of mistakes. I don't know if 9, do we need this stuff still? I don't think so. So I think we can get rid of these extra cards, maybe? I don't know. Sure. Surely. Definitely win all these ring cards as well, so they're not all next to each other. Oh, and the mountain card. Okay. On to chapter 9. The last chapter in this first part? There's a lot of cards left for if this is the last. I guess part 1 goes all the way to chapter 12. I don't know. I guess I just assumed since there's 18 chapters. No, we still have like a lot more. So this isn't quite. We'll still do this chapter for sure. But I don't know why I thought this was the last one. But I guess this starts at chapter 12. It even says it right on the box. Part 2 starts at chapter 12. So, oops. Oh well. Chapter 9. With his last failing senses, Frodo heard cries, and it seemed to him that he saw, beyond the riders that hastened on the shore, a shining figure of white light, and behind it ran small, shadowy forms waving flames that flared red in the gray mist that was falling over the world. Chapter 9. Light to the Ford. Okay, so Frodo actually doesn't have to be played. Let me double check. Is there any crazy weird setup rules? Okay, so I guess Strider's back in this one, and he doesn't. There's some unseen special threat card that he doesn't have to get. So Strider's still here. Merry and Pippin are still chilling, but we also have Glorfindel and Bill the Pony. Let's go. Okay, what else? We got a bunch of other extra new cards. So we have Black Rider Wraith, Black Rider Unseen, Black Rider Terror, and we have something called the 9. Glorfindel, we have to play. I feel like I gotta try Bill the Pony. That's awesome. We'll go with Frodo. and Pippin. Those will be our 4. Bye, Mary. Bye, Strider. We don't have to play Strider, right? No. So they can go off to the side. Sam also was an option, but bah. Okay, so these will be our 4 fearless heroes for the fight to the ford. Like one of them just build the pony. Is this the same build the pony? Is that the one that I don't think that's the same one that they like took to Moria, like the mines. Okay, so use Glorfindel each round. Use Frodo just once. Follow the instructions for Flight of the Ford event on the 9 card. See, there's a little flavor text on the back. There were 9 riders at the water's edge below, and Frodo's spirit quailed before the threat of their uplifted faces. He knew of nothing that would prevent them from crossing as easily as he had done, and he had felt that if it was useless to try to escape over the long, uncertain path from the ford to the edge of Rivendell, if once the riders crossed. Flight to the ford event. When choosing characters, take the associated Black Rider card. So Frodo, oh, we do add these back. Okay. So Frodo receives the Witch King card, which was, I think, what he had last time, maybe? Yeah, the Witch King card is cannot lead with rings. Okay. Glorfindel and the pony do not receive a special threat card. Huge. Pippin receives the Wraith card,
I'm glad you're with me.
which says you cannot exchange or be exchanged with. Okay. And this is our first long victory. So we actually play until we finish completing the quest for all characters. That includes Mary, Strider, and Sam. We're going to be playing like 2 rounds because Frodo can only be played once, maybe even more. Ideally, if we complete all these characters' goals this first round, we play 1 more with Glorfindel again, and then these 3. I think that's how that works. So this one's gonna be a little bit different, I guess. I don't know. My first long victory. Okay. Black Riders still got 1 through 4. I don't think we need any. Glorfindel's victory is win every Shadows card. Ooh. Okay. And their setup says add the lost card to your hand, exchange with every character simultaneously, and lead the first trick. But this says lead the first trick as well for Frodo. So who really leads the first trick? I think I'm stick with Frodo here. I don't know. That kind of contradicts itself. Which one do I pick? Bill the Pony says win exactly 1 trick. Their setup is exchange 1 card with Sam and 1 card with Frodo simultaneously. And Pippin's is the same. They just cannot exchange or be exchanged with. We did this setup thing. Great. This goes off to the side. Boom. Yes. Hello there, Lord Jesus Christ. Hope you're doing good. Happy Sunday. We're making our way through this Fellowship of the Rings trick-taking game. We're on chapter 9 right now. Flight to the Ford. Doing good. How's it gaming? We're gaming. Making our way through this. I've only made it through chapter 5 before, so I'm on unseen territory right now for these new chapters. They're getting more and more tough. Okay, these feel shuffled enough, surely. The 1 card sitting out is the lost card, which is the forest card, which Glorfindel will get to their hand. Whoops, I guess Frodo only gets these 3 cards. Okay, good. They got one of the ring cards. I'm still got to worry about Frodo not getting ring cards, because then I guess that's not the end of the world, but it'd be tougher for them to win. Okay. Starting to get a lot to keep in my head. Okay, follow the instructions. Yeah, find the 9, did that. Use Glorfindel each round. Got that. Add the extra card to their hand. Boom. They have the 8 of shadows, so that's good. They need to win. They need to win every shadow card, so them having the 8 is real good. Real good. Pippin cannot exchange or be exchanged with, so they're out for exchanging. Bill the Pony can only exchange with Frodo and Sam. Glorfindel can exchange with every character simultaneously. I don't know if there's any exchanges I really want to do. Not really. I think I'm actually pretty happy with these starting hands. I might just do no exchanges. I think that's an option. I don't think I have to exchange if I don't want to. And this does say Glorfindel leads the first trick, so I'm just gonna double check if the rules mention anything, because maybe there's... I'm surprised there wouldn't be anything if they're both in here. Okay, here we go. There was like a bunch. I only read the soul only rules. All characters will get their specific Black Rider cards when picked. Strider can look at the threat cards when announced. His goal is complete. Frodo needs to complete only once. Build a Pony passes 1 card to each Frodo and Sam at a time, not 1 at a time. Glorfindel will have 1 card at the end of in their hand at the end of the round. Yeah, during the round with both Glorfindel and Frodo, Glorfindel leads the first trick. I'm glad it does specify. I just had to actually read what it says. Who would have thought? Crazy concept. Okay, so I'm gonna have Glorfindel start with the 8. Bill the Pony needs to win at least 1 trick, so we're gonna have him hold on to that 7. We're gonna have to get rid of that 8 first at some point. So do that. They stay winning and win the first 3. I'm just gonna like right there or something. I don't know. Put that up there. This cards can go wherever. Frodo gets a ring. Frodo gets a ring. That's not good. But luckily, Glorfindel gets the 7 of shadows. It's so lucky. So we're gonna keep on with the shadows. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain too much about that. That's 3 more. That goes out of play. Don't get another ring. Frodo, you stupid. I don't know if I can win this at this point. I think technically I still can, but we'll keep playing it, but that's so bad that Frodo keeps getting these rings because he cannot lead with them. Cannot. Glorfindel also can't because rings, yeah, they haven't been played yet. So, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Boom. Have Bill the Pony win when they're exactly 1 trick. Boom, boom, boom. Frodo can only play this because literally all their other cards are stupid ring cards. So, boom. Bill the Pony wins. Please don't get another ring. Okay, I think if they got another one, it would make it impossible. But I think also all the rings are out. We just gotta figure that out. So Bill the Pony leads at this point. This is tough. I guess I could do something like, okay, that goes there. That means Glorfindel's gonna win this, so we can throw the 1 out. 6, because I can't get rid of the rings right now. Plays the 8. Glorfindel wins that. What We just don't have the forest shadows. We got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. We just don't have the forest shadows yet. It just hasn't been dealt out, so that's gonna be under our control. And there's they start with the forest shadows. That's awesome. Okay. Let's go ahead and we can also say their mission's complete. Glorfindel, boom. They can't win anymore, so let's go ahead and get rid of the 8. Let's get rid of their 8. Jeez. Okay, so Glorfindel wins the 4, stays winning, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They won their 8. Go ahead, put them in the discard, but there's a mission complete for them. Okay, so now we need to get these. We need to get these rings to Frodo. I also can't lead with them at the moment. This is tough. I need to make it so Glorfindel plays the 5 and Frodo plays the 1 in the same round. I mean, I think him having 2 rings, having these 2 rings actually does make it unwinnable, but I'll try to do what I can do, but I don't think this is winnable at this point. And the fact that their 2 rings are here, if they were like spread out, I think I could maybe pull it off, but the fact that he has 2 and the other 2, I mean, it's 3 total, and the other 2 are right here, I think just makes this unwinnable, unfortunately. It's just, yeah, that sucks. There's nothing I can do. But wait, I mean, hold on, wait, maybe I'm completely wrong. So I can play this. I don't have a forest. Rings have been activated. Frodo gets his first ring. Okay, that's something. Their 2 quests are complete. Pippin's doing all right. But I just lose at this point. I can't lead with a ring. If I play a mountain, friggin' Bill the Pony is gonna win, and he can only win 1 trick, so this is a loss. Yeah, this is a loss. Okay, I wanted to make it to chapter 9. I made it to chapter 9, so I'm gonna call that a win. So I'm gonna kind of wrap up here. We're also coming up on 4 hours, so take a quick sip of water. I don't know, staying hydrated, and then I'll yap for a little bit. Okay, so before I hop out of here, let me give my final thoughts on this game. So I'm still pretty new to Lord of the Rings franchise. I only just last year read The Hobbit and watched the Hobbit movies and really enjoyed them. And so I've been reading through the first Lord of the Rings book, The Fellowship of the Rings, this last couple months. I've been reading through it slowly, but I just finished it up last week and watched the movie literally just last night, the extended version. Really liked the book, really liked the movie. Obviously, I kind of yapped earlier about not complaints about the movies, but some surprising differences between the movies and the book. But overall, thoroughly enjoyed both, and I'm really looking forward to diving more into the series and finishing the other 2 books and watching the movies, and then checking out shows and other books and other movies and other games, and kind of diving more into this franchise as a whole. But I'm really enjoying it so far. So I really wanted to finish the book and the movie first before I played this game, because I wanted some context behind it, and also to like not get spoiled for anything like, that's in the game that I haven't read or watched yet. So overall, I mean, I've had this game for a little bit. I've only started playing it this last week. And I've only played it solo. This is a 1 to 4 player cooperative trick-taking game. I've only played it solo so far. I'm really impressed with it. I mentioned this earlier. When I was first reading through the rules, especially for the solo mode, I was like, okay, first off, the game seems pretty simple, which I'm fine with. I like a simple rule set. Nothing too complicated, not a lot of fiddly small rules. I mean, I was forgetting about like some of the setup stuff, but that's just on me. But overall pretty simple. But I was reading the solo rules before I played it, and I'm like, this seems almost too simple. Like, I was like, I don't know if this will be fun solo, is what I really thought. I was like, I kind of went into it with like, I started out with high hopes, and then I read the rule book, and I'm like, this doesn't seem like it can be fun solo. Like, trick taking solo is kind of a tough thing to pull off. Like, I mean, For Northwood's great, but there's not many other solo trick takers out there. Like, I don't even think as successful as the crew is. There might be one out there, but I don't know if there's like a solo variant for it. And that just is like, trick taking is a pretty, I feel like, tough thing to do solo. It's very like group oriented. So I read the rules, I was like, I don't know if this is gonna work. But then once I played it once or twice, I was like, oh, I get it. And now it's like, it's really fun. I was worried that there was gonna be, you know, too much information available, and then it just makes it too easy, and there wasn't gonna be enough strategy, or maybe too much randomness, or not enough randomness. And I'm honestly impressed. Honestly, really impressed. I think it plays really well. I mean, you've seen me, I've been playing it for the last like 3 hours. I played through like half the chapters at this point. It's thematic, and what I you know, first off, I love the idea that it follows just each chapter of the book. I think that's a really cool concept. And, you know, I'm gonna bring it back to the crew. As much as I love the crew, it's one of my like favorite games. I straight up just don't read the log narrative at all. I feel like this, maybe like, I don't want to bash the story, but it's like, it's not that interesting. It's not really super tied to the missions. Like, I feel like you could have the crew without the mission like statements, and I would like it all the same. I just straight up don't read them. I don't care about them. I'm not saying they're necessarily bad, but I don't like them, and I don't think they really add anything to the game. But this, I feel like it just does such a good job at having the chapters feature characters from the book, and having some like, it makes each chapter interesting and unique. You have different characters and different challenges and different threat cards. And like I said, I've only played, this is as far as I played, so there's a whole nother half the chapters that I haven't even seen and played with. But I imagine they keep adding new characters and unique things, and it makes me appreciate that. It's like, I enjoy the narrative elements, maybe because I also really enjoy the books and just watched the movie, and I've been pretty engrossed in this series so far. But I think the narrative aspects really add a lot to it and make it feel a lot more unique. I have seen that, I think once you finish all of the chapters, there is like a kind of, I forget what they call it, like it's like a sandbox mode where you can kind of just pick a certain amount of characters and just have like a normal game mode that you could play that's not a specific chapter. But I really like the idea of the chapters. I think it's a neat idea, and they're a surprisingly good challenge. Once again, I can only speak from a solo standpoint. I have not played this multiplayer yet, but I'm very eager to try it out multiplayer because I have had a blast playing it solo. It's a pretty inexpensive game, pretty small box, hand for scale. Like it's hard for scale. Like it's basically just the size of 3 cards. It fits pretty good. The box art looks great. You can see it's cool little like strings in here. So if you have like a pile of cards, you don't have to like try to pry them out. You just like pull the string up and it pops out the cards. Pretty cool. And as you see, you have like one slot for the normal base cards and whatnot, and then you have one little box for the part 1, and then the other little box for the part 2. And it's nice, and it's a little divider. And as you can see, I do have my cards sleeved. They fit just fine sleeved, so if that was a concern, don't be. It works just fine. So yeah, I think that's really cool. The art, phenomenal. The box art, great. The card art, the character art, the art in this game, I think, is just awesome. The components are pretty good. There's not too many besides the card. You have this little wooden ring token that looks pretty good. These 4 little wooden marker tokens, I guess you want to call them. Nice wooden, fine. You know, that's good. The rule book, once again, pretty small, pretty simple. I think this game has pretty straightforward rules. But what is nice is, as you've seen me reference, there is chapter specific rules for each chapter, and it'll even mention like you know, these are the chapter specific rules, and then there's solo specific rules for the chapters. So that's good to note. It can be played 1 to 4 players. If you do play a 2-player, there's also this like 7 Wonders duel type, I don't know what else to call it, like card pyramid that you use. Once again, I tried a 2-player, so I can't speak too much on it. But that looks pretty interesting. I don't know how that would work. Once again, as much as I like the crew also has like a 2-player variant. I don't really like it. So I don't know if I would like the 2-player variant in this, but we'll, you know, I'll have to try it out and report back at some point. With all that being said, I have a lot of high praise about, you know, the card art and all that stuff. The cards themselves are not great quality. I first started playing this, and I think I only got to chapter 2. So I literally only played it like twice. And this might be kind of hard to see, but like the bottom of the cards, it's pretty minor, but like there's some cards, I know like specifically like the 3 of Hills cards on the back, like were peeling really pretty bad for me just having played it twice. And I was like, I'm not too aggressive with the cards, and the normal cards, like deck of cards, like I'm like shuffling them and like kind of maybe doing a little bit of that, but it's not like I'm mashing them together. And a lot of the bottom of the cards were already starting to get like pretty bad, like white marks on them and like starting to peel away, which is pretty disappointing considering like I said, I was literally only like my 2nd play of the game and the cards were already starting to like kind of peel and whatnot. So that's why I have them sleeved, because I was like, I like the game, but I don't, you know, some games it really doesn't matter if the cards have a little mark and, you know, a little bit of wear and tear on them. But I feel like some games it does matter. And I feel like this game, you know, if I'm playing with somebody and they have like a hand of cards and I could inadvertently, I remember like, oh, the 3 of Hills has this weird mark on the bottom. Like it could give information away in a game where information is pretty important. Like one game I sleeved the day I got it was Love Letter, because A, there's not many cards, and B, like if there's just a little wear and tear on the cards, that information is super valuable. And if I know which card the princess is in Love Letter because of some wear and tear on it, it's not like I'm purposely trying to remember it, but if it's something I just happen to know, that could take away a lot of the fun. So I was, as much as I like the art, I think the card quality I was pretty disappointed on. And maybe they should have done, I know maybe it wouldn't look as nice, but maybe just like around at least the back of the cards, like how they have the little colored border, like a white border, so you wouldn't see white marks like this. It wouldn't look as nice, but it would be a little bit more functionally better, I think. I mean, there's not that many cards, and as you see, I've only sleeved the actual like playing cards themselves, not the character cards or the chapter cards, because that's not really important. You're not shuffling those. So there's not that many, and I use nice like dragon sleeves, but shield sleeves, but you can kind of use whatever. So yeah, as much high praise as I have, that's like my one complaint I'll say so far is, yeah, the art looks great. Oh, the rest of the components are fine, and like the chapter cards, like the cards feel like good quality, but it's just when I've only used them literally after 2 games, they were already showing like visible wear and tear. And like I said, I wasn't being like overly aggressive with them, and it's a normal deck of cards. I'm just like riffle shuffling them, and that's about it. And they were like already doing that, so I was like, that's not good. But leaving that pretty much solved that problem. So overall, super impressed with this game. Super impressed. Very eager to play through the rest of the chapters. Very eager to try it with some friends, especially if they've watched Lord of the Rings or a fan of Lord of the Rings. I think this would be a very fun one. Yeah, and like a small thing to mention is like, I kind of talked about this a lot earlier, is like I was pretty shocked when I watched the movie at how different the book is. So if you're playing this with someone that's only watched the movie, like they'll get to experience some new stuff and get to see Tom Bombadil and the farmer and Batty and all this, like all these other characters that the movie just either straight up doesn't talk about. Glorfindel wasn't in the movie. They're changed to Erdwin, someone like that. They're like, their name is changed essentially. I think the Elf Lord, I don't think they're in the movie at all, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, that's kind of like a fun little thing. Is like if someone enjoyed the movie, they'll get to see a little bit more about what the book is about without actually reading the book, and you get a little bit of flavor text for each chapter. Like yeah, I think the structure of this game is really cool. And even like though I played some of the chapters, like you can easily just keep the characters in one chapter, keep the chapter cards together. I don't know, maybe once I play through all the chapters, I'd do that sandbox mode, but I think pretty much like when I play this with other people, I'm just going to start at chapter 1 and kind of go through it that way. And I think it's fun because you kind of get to play through the story as well. Like, I don't know. Maybe if I'm with a group and we've played through literally all 18 chapters, I'd do this like sandbox mode type thing. But yeah, it's cool. Very fun game. Definitely recommend checking it out. You know, I've only started playing this last week and I've only played it solo, but you know, if I just did my tier list of board games, I definitely put this in A tier, you know, right off the rip, with potential to move up, you know, on future plays, maybe move down. I mean, I don't think this would be lower than a B tier. I'd put it A, has potential to go up, has potential to go down. Definitely the S tier, I don't want to put it there just because I haven't played it multiplayer. I don't know how it plays. The card thing is pretty annoying that we only played with them like two games and they were already starting to show that wear. Not great. But like I said, the card art, phenomenal. The box art, great. The box size is perfect because it's just the size it needs to be, and like genuinely no bigger. It has the 3 dividers, it has the nice little strings, so you don't have to like try to like flip the box up and like try to get them out that way, and has a little, yeah, just little organizers, and it's great. This game definitely, if it's something you want to try, I think it's surprisingly good solo, and I can't speak to it multiplayer, but I think from what I've seen, it would be a lot of fun multiplayer. So that's my little final thoughts / mini review for Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, the trick-taking game, which is easily the longest name for any game I've played on the channel so far. And yeah, I think that's where I will leave it for today. I think also if you play solo, I mean, maybe you aren't as scattered brained as I am from time to time, but it might be nice to throw in a little token to mark who's the lead for leading a trick. As you saw, that I think it happened like only twice this stream, but it also happened when I was playing solo, like on my own, that like I'd be playing, someone wins a trick, then I'm doing something, like I get a drink or like go check my phone, and I'm like, okay, now who was leading, who won that last trick, and then I just like completely forget. So it's nice to have a little just small token to maybe move around just so you remember. But yeah, definitely recommend this game, especially if you're a Lord of the Rings fan. Absolutely. And if you like trick taking and Lord of the Rings, like this is a no-brainer. If you're a fan of trick taking and you like solo games, and even if you know nothing about Lord of the Rings, I would still recommend it, because I can't really think of any other solo like trick-taking games out there besides For Northwood. Like that's like a mass-produced game. I don't know of any. I guess I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of trick-taking games out there. That's a big genre in of itself. So I'm sure there's some out there that I haven't heard of. But you know, some of the big ones like The Crew, there's no solo mode for that. Well, I guess I have Tichu. That's not like that's been around for a while. That doesn't have a solo mode. I think it's like a fan-made solo mode maybe for that. I don't know. But yeah, very impressed. Good game. Definitely check it out. That's all I got to say. That's that. That's where we're gonna leave it for today. I hope you enjoyed seeing this in action and enjoyed. Once again, shout out this this background music I've been listening to. It's linked in the description if you want to check it out. It is a Lord of the Rings lo-fi playlist that is made by, I think the channel is like Chill Astronaut or something. I have it linked in the description if you want to check it out. So shout out to them for making a dope lo-fi Lord of the Rings playlist. I think this is nice vibes to have on in the background for sure. I like lo-fi and this just kind of fit pretty well. So yeah, that's all I got for today. I have For Northwood. I think it's pretty good. I mean, I like trick taking a lot, and I think For Northwood's phenomenal. I was gonna say fantastic, phenomenal. It's good. It's great. I mean, the only other trick taking game that I could think that's solo is played with a deck of cards, Obtricial Lines, and that one's really interesting because it's like a bit of a push your luck game too. Very cool. It takes a lot of table space though, and this, for the solo mode, as you see, like you maybe don't have to set up like I did, but you kind of need some sort, like, because you're only playing 4 characters, so you kind of need a good amount of room to like have their cards and yeah, I don't know, kind of have enough room to play everything. But I think this, you know, was a great little game, and I'm looking forward to playing more. Like I said, trying it multiplayer and just playing more solo and trying to get further. This is halfway through all of the chapters and already starting to get pretty tricky. So good times, good times. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up there. Let me turn on my outro music and we'll kick out of here. I haven't streamed this long in a while, so that's nice. This is a fun game to play. And yeah, good times, good times. All right. I'm about to go play Ironsworn. I'm gonna play Ironsworn and take a listen. Nice. Okay, I already have Lord of the Rings. That's gonna be one game I play once I get caught up on the series, is the card game. All right. Well, I'm gonna hop out of here. But thank you all so much for joining me on this solo gaming Sunday. If you enjoyed this stream, a like is always greatly appreciated. And until next time, I'll see ya. Have a good week, everybody. Go on an adventure. I'm sure it will be a good time and will not involve black riders and a bunch of other crazy stuff. It'll be probably really chill.
At the same time, we try to be outstanding. Hold on to our